Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Stations, Haunting Way Station Whispers. The highway was a ribbon of black under the moon, thin and twisting through the hills like a vein. I glanced at the dashboard clock. 2:43 in the morning. The road was dead except for me, and a wind that had picked up, rattling the cab's windows and sending a sharp, cool draft through the cracked vent. The smell of stale coffee clung to the air inside, mixed with the faint scent of diesel and something metallic, maybe the truck's engine warming up, or my own nerves. I rubbed my palms on my jeans, trying to shake the chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The first way station appeared on the right, its lights sputtering like a faulty bulb. I slowed, expecting to see the usual attendants sitting inside the booth, but the windows were dark and empty. No car in the lot, no movement, no sign of life. I frowned. That wasn't right. The station had been open when I passed through last week, even this time of night. Maybe the guy was on a break. Or maybe it was closed for some reason. I shrugged and kept going. Still, the lights kept flickering at every way station up ahead, like a string of dying fireflies. The yellow glow looked almost deliberate, like a signal. I shook the thought away. There was no one out here but me. Just me and the road. About 15 minutes later, the next way station came into view. This one was smaller, tucked between two stretches of cracked asphalt and a patch of scrubby trees. The lights were on again, weak and wavering, and I could hear something faint murmurs. Maybe the wind playing tricks, or a radio from a distant truck. I pulled over, thinking I'd check the weight, just to be safe. The load felt stable, but that little voice in the back of my head urged me to stop. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, listening. Silence. Complete silence. The murmurs I thought I heard had vanished. I stepped out onto the cracked pavement, the cold biting at my boots. The air smelled damp, like rain had fallen earlier but stopped just before I arrived. The booth stood dark, the glass dusty and smeared, as if no one had cleaned it in weeks. The door was locked tight, no sign of anyone inside. I circled the station slowly, eyes scanning every shadow. No footprints in the dirt, no discarded papers or trash. Nothing. The place looked abandoned, except for that flickering light overhead that didn't quite seem right. I returned to the cab, the silence pressing in on me. I checked the load on the dashboard scale. It read exactly the same as when I'd stopped, but then the truck shuddered slightly, a subtle shift that made my stomach twist. I frowned and climbed down again, running a hand along the side of the trailer. It was cold and solid, no movement. I looked back at the booth. Still locked. I climbed back into the cab, heart stubbornly trying to keep a steady rhythm. The murmurs were back, soft, almost too low to be human voices. I turned the radio on, static filling the space, trying to drown out the sound. When I cut the power again, the voices stopped. Or maybe I just wanted them to. I sat still, hands gripping the steering wheel until the knuckles turned white. Then the weight shifted again, a little more pronounced this time, like someone invisible had stepped onto the trailer and was pacing slowly, measuring every inch. My breath caught. I scanned the mirrors, the shadows under the trailer, the trees lining the lot. Nothing moved. I know how that sounds crazy, maybe. I'm not usually one to jump at shadows, but this was different. There was a pattern here. Some kind of message or warning. Or maybe just a trick of the mind, but it didn't feel that way. The silence was too heavy, the lights too deliberate. I started the engine, eyes flicking between the road and the booth one last time. The lights blinked off, then on, then off again. I eased back onto the highway, the murmurs fading behind me but the weight in the trailer feeling suddenly heavier, like it was carrying more than just cargo. The night stretched out ahead, endless and dark. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. The road ahead was a ribbon of shadows, the moon a pale witness peeking through brittle clouds. I shifted gears, the truck humming steadily beneath me, but my hands tightened on the wheel. Every mile felt longer, each passing tree a silent sentinel. The radio sat dead, static filling the cab like a ghostly whisper, and I didn't bother to turn it on. Noise wouldn't drown out the unease crawling under my skin. Ahead, a flicker caught my eye, a pair of headlights, distant but steady. As they drew nearer, I realized they weren't just any vehicle. The shape was familiar but wrong, a silhouette that didn't belong on this deserted stretch. My pulse quickened, the trailer shuddered like it sensed the presence too. I slowed, heart pounding against the metal cage of the cab. The other truck matched my pace, then pulled alongside, its window down to reveal nothing, just darkness pressed against glass. No driver, no passengers. Just the headlights and that oppressive quiet. I glanced in my rearview mirror. The road behind was empty, but that shadow trailing alongside felt like a tether tightening around my throat. I accelerated, pushing the rig harder despite the fuel warning blinking faintly. The weight in the back seemed to pulse with every bump, responding to the chase. The highway stretched endless, but the night was closing in like a trap. Somewhere up ahead, I knew, secrets waited to be unearthed, and I was already too deep to turn back. The night hadn't let up. I knew I couldn't keep running blindly. Something was wrong with those way stations, their lights flickered on when no one was there, and the booths stayed locked tight. It wasn't just some glitch or maintenance issue, it felt like a message, or worse, a warning. But from whom? And why? By the time the first gray light of dawn cracked the horizon, I pulled off at the next exit, a small truck stop nestled against a sleepy strip of highway. The smell of diesel and burnt coffee hit me as I climbed down, legs stiff from hours in the cab. The sun was still low, painting the sky in pale oranges and blues, but the chill clung stubbornly in the air. I found a diner open, a faded place with cracked red vinyl booths and a linoleum floor scuffed from years of boots and wheels. The waitress, a woman in her 60s with a tired smile and a name tag that read March, poured me a coffee strong enough to cut through the fog in my brain. "You look like you've been through the ringer," she said, sliding the cup over. "Something like that," I muttered, wiping the cold off my hands. "Did you notice anything strange around those way stations up the highway? Lights turning on at night, but no one ever inside?" Marge's eyes narrowed, and she leaned in. "You're not the first to ask. Folks around here say the stations are cursed. Not in the spooky way, but weird things happen. Trucks get weighed wrong, loads shift, drivers see shadows. But no one sticks around to figure it out." I chuckled without humor. "Sounds like I'm not imagining things then." "Not at all," she said, voice low. "Some say it's the company trying to cut corners. Others whisper about smugglers using the stations for their own gains." Smugglers. The word settled in my gut like a stone. It made sense. Someone could be using the stations to check loads without leaving a trace. But how? I'd seen the booths locked tight, no sign of anyone inside. Yet the load shifted as if inspected. I glanced out the window at the rising sun filtering through dusty glass, catching the faint outline of a billboard advertising the next way station, miles up the road. I wasn't done yet. Back outside, I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. This stretch of highway was a dead zone, just like the rest. I made a mental note to check in with dispatch later, if I could. The rig waited silently, its metal skin gleaming faintly in the new light. I climbed back in, the cab still smelling faintly of stale coffee and burnt rubber. I adjusted my mirrors, checked the cargo straps one more time, tight as they'd been all night, but something about the way the load had shifted gnawed at me. I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway, the road stretching ahead blank and open. I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of movement, any hint of those flickering lights or distant murmurs I'd heard the night before. Nothing. Just the steady rhythm of tires on asphalt. About 20 miles up, the next way station appeared, dark and silent in the early morning haze. I slowed, eyes narrowing. The lights were off this time, no flicker, no sign of life. I pulled up to the booth, finding the door locked tight again. I circled the area on foot, the gravel crunching under boots, ears straining for any sound besides the wind. The place was deserted, no footprints fresh enough to be recent, no discarded cups or cigarette butts. Just the faint mechanical hum of the highway in the distance. I crouched near the scale, fingers brushing over the cold metal plate. It looked ordinary enough, but I could swear it had been recently tampered with. There were small scratches around the edges, like someone had fiddled with the calibration. A faint oily smell lingered in the air, like machine grease mixed with something else, something sharp, almost chemical. I pulled on my flashlight and scanned the area more closely. Near the base of the booth, I spotted a small panel, slightly ajar. Behind it, tangled wires snaked into darkness. Someone had rigged this place. Not a glitch, not a ghost, people. People who wanted these stations to appear inactive while they worked behind the scenes. The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. I'd been alone at night, but maybe I hadn't been alone at all. I stood up, heart pounding. This wasn't just some roadside oddity. I was tangled in something bigger, something deliberate and dangerous. But what? And how deep did it go? I climbed back in and called dispatch as soon as I hit a patch of signal, my voice low and urgent. Hey, it's me. I'm at the second way station of the 67. Something's off. The booths are locked tight, but the scales look tampered with. Someone's messing with them, I think. There was a pause. Then a voice, clipped and cautious. You sure about that? We haven't had any reports yet. Keep your eyes open and report anything else unusual. I nodded even though no one could see me. Will do. Driving on, I tried to shake the feeling that eyes were watching from the shadows, waiting for me to slip up. Every bump in the road made the trailer shift again, that same unsettling pulse I couldn't explain. I ran my hand over the dashboard, trying to steady it, my pulse, my thoughts. Ahead, the highway curved sharply, and I caught sight of another way station in the distance. Its lights flickered weakly, a hesitant glow against the morning mist. I slowed, then stopped, engine idling. Something about that flicker felt different this time. Less mechanical, more deliberate. Like a signal. I took a breath, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the cool air. The gravel crunched underfoot as I approached the booth, senses sharp. This time, the door was slightly open. A narrow gap, just enough for someone to slip inside or for me to peek in. My heart hammered in my chest as I edged closer, the smell of grease and something metallic growing stronger. Through the darkened window, I could see the faint outline of papers scattered on the desk, a chair pushed back as if someone had just left. I called out quietly, "Hello? Anyone here?" No answer. Just the distant hum of the road. I wanted to turn back. I really did. But something told me I was on the edge of uncovering whatever game was being played here. Whatever shadow lurked behind those locked doors and flickering lights. I stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the scent of old machinery. My flashlight beam caught something on the desk, a small notebook, edges worn and pages dog-eared. I flipped it open, scanning the cramped handwriting. Load weights. Times. Codes I didn't recognize. Notes about checks and adjustments. There were references to trucks that never appeared on official logs, shifts and delivery schedules that didn't match dispatch reports. Then a sudden noise made me freeze, a soft scrape from behind the booth. My breath caught, cold sweat prickling my skin. I spun around, shining the light into the dark corners. Nothing. The silence pressed in, heavier this time. I knew I wasn't alone. I backed out slowly, clutching the notebook, my hands trembling. The last thing I saw before the door clicked shut behind me was a shadow slipping just beyond the edge of the lot, disappearing into the trees. Back in the cab, I locked the doors and slid the notebook beside me. My mind raced with questions, but one thing was clear. I was no longer just a driver on a lonely highway. I was a witness to something I didn't understand, something that wasn't going to let me go. The highway stretched on, endless and waiting. And so was I. The notebook lay open on the desk, its pages yellowed and curled at the edges, a jumble of scribbles and numbers that made no immediate sense. Still, the words checks and adjustments echoed in my mind, as if they were clues just beyond reach. I flipped through a few more pages, each filled with times, weights, and strange annotations that looked like shorthand. A pattern was there, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Then I heard it, soft, almost imperceptible, the faint creak of metal shifting somewhere behind me. I froze. The stale air suddenly felt heavier, tighter. The booth's single flickering bulb cast long shadows against the cracked plaster walls. My flashlight beam wavered as my hand trembled, tracing the contours of the desk, the scattered papers. The metallic scent was stronger now, sharper, like something freshly oiled, but there was something else, something acrid, like burnt rubber mixed with the faint odor of sweat. "Hello?" I said again, voice low, trying not to sound as rattled as I was. No answer. Only the highway's distant drone and the occasional hum from the old electrical box outside. I backed toward the narrow door frame, eyes darting to the side where the window caught a sliver of the dark, cavernous way station lot. The weight of my truck's load pressed in my mind, those strange shifts, like an invisible hand testing the balance. I didn't believe in ghosts or hauntings, but something was definitely watching, measuring. Watching me. The notebook's last few pages were different. No numbers, just notes, half sentences, and cryptic remarks. One line caught my eye, unauthorized loads flagged. Initiate Protocol 7. Another, subject must not leave the station boundaries until clearance verified. Protocol 7? Clearance verified? It sounded official, but secretive. And why would someone need clearance to leave a way station? This wasn't just a forgotten checkpoint, it was a trap. My throat tightened. I thought about turning back, about driving away and pretending none of this had happened. But I couldn't. Not now. The door slammed shut behind me. I jumped, heart pounding, and spun around. The lock clicked quietly, but I hadn't touched it. I wasn't alone. A cold sweat broke over my skin, and I forced myself to stay calm, to listen. The faintest scrape of rubber on concrete came from outside, followed by the creak of metal again. Then silence. Complete silence. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. I tried the knob, it didn't budge. Locked from the outside. My truck. The load. Had they followed me here? Watched me? The thought spun in my head like a cyclone. I fumbled for my phone, no signal. Of course. The empty stretch of highway was a dead zone for calls. I leaned against the door, breathing shallow, trying to steady my racing mind. Then I noticed something else, the faint vibration under my feet, like a slow, rhythmic pulse. The ground trembled just slightly, as if the entire station was alive, breathing. Or something beneath it was moving. I didn't believe in hauntings, but I did know people. People who use places like this for control, for intimidation. The notebook's mention of protocols and flags suggested some kind of organized effort. Smuggling? Extortion? I didn't know yet, but I was caught in the middle, and there was no easy way out. I turned back to the desk, scanning the pages for anything else. There, tucked under a folded piece of paper, was a faded photo. A man stood next to a way station booth, face obscured by shadow, but his stance was rigid, commanding. On the back, a date, 3 years ago. And a note, he knows. Watch him. A shiver ran down my spine. Someone had been here before me. Someone who knew too much. Outside, the flickering lights in the lot shifted again, like eyes blinking in the dark. I could hear the faint murmur of voices, distant and low, but unmistakably human. No supernatural whispers. Just people watching, waiting. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece it together. The checkpoint wasn't abandoned. It was active in the worst kind of way, an invisible checkpoint where people didn't just get weighed. They got trapped. The weight of my truck's load shifted suddenly, the same way it had before. I stumbled, catching myself on the desk. It was deliberate. Someone was tampering with it, testing me, reminding me I wasn't in control. A voice crackled over a hidden speaker somewhere in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Calm. Controlled. You've been measured. Now, you're part of the system. My blood ran cold. There was no turning back. Not now. The walls seemed to close in, the stale air thickening. I was inside a web, and every thread led to a place I didn't want to find. But the only way forward was through the darkness. I had to find out who was behind this, and why. Outside, the murmurs grew louder, footsteps approaching the booth. I swallowed hard, heart hammering, as the door rattled under a force I couldn't see. They were coming for me. The door rattled again, and for a moment, I thought it might give. Come out, I muttered, voice rough and low enough to keep from sounding desperate. I'm not the one who belongs in here. Silence. Complete silence, except for the distant murmur outside, voices too far off to make sense of, but close enough to remind me I wasn't alone. Then the door rattled again, harder this time. I glanced down at the control panel beside the booth's window. Nothing. No sign of a lock release or intercom. Just buttons that didn't respond and a cracked screen frozen on static. The load shifted again, the trailer groaning softly as if something or someone was testing the limits of the entire rig. I swallowed hard. I knew this wasn't just about weighing trucks anymore. It was a game of control, and I was the pawn. Who's there? The words felt hollow, like tossing pebbles into a deep well. No answer. I swallowed again. My throat was dry, taste bitter, almost like bile rising. Then, a voice. Low, calm, but unmistakably human. You don't understand what's happening here. It came from the speaker overhead, the same one that had spoken earlier. There was no warmth in the voice, just cold precision. You're part of the system now. You can't leave. Not until you've been measured. I shook my head, fingers tightening on the desk. Measured? I want out. I don't belong here. A pause. A slow, deliberate silence. Then the voice returned, softer this time, almost conversational. Nobody leaves. Not until they've earned it. Earned it? What did that mean? I tried to imagine who was behind this, but the booth was sealed so tight I couldn't even see a shadow. The only light came from the flickering bulbs overhead, and the faint glow of my dashboard through the cracked window. Then the footsteps. Closer now, slow and careful, but deliberate. Whoever it was knew I was inside. They were moving like a predator, silent but certain. My pulse jumped, a sudden rush of cold sweat breaking out along my spine. My mind raced, scrambling for options. The door wouldn't budge. No phone signal. No way to call for help. The only thing I had was the truck itself, the engine off, the cab locked tight. The voice crackled again. You don't have to be afraid. Just cooperate, and this will be over quicker. Cooperate. Like that was an option. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I caught the faintest scent of cigarette smoke mixed with something sour, maybe sweat, maybe fear. The door rattled once more, then stopped. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know who you are or what you want, but threatening me isn't going to work. There was a long silence before the voice answered, quieter now, almost regretful. You think this is about you? It's bigger than that. You're just the latest. I swallowed hard. The words settled in my chest like a stone. The latest what? You'll see. The speaker went dead. I sat back, heart hammering, eyes darting around the cramped booth. The weight shifted again, sharper this time. The trailer groaned like it was alive, something inside moving, shifting. I pressed my hand to the desk, feeling the vibrations. Then, the faintest scrape against the window. I looked up quickly. A shadow flickered outside, just beyond the glass. I blinked, and it was gone. Cold fingers of dread crawled up my spine. I wasn't just trapped. I was being watched, tested, judged. And whatever this system was, it wasn't finished with me yet. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. I needed to think. Panic wouldn't help. The truck was sealed tight, but I still had my cell phone tucked in my pocket. No signal, sure, but maybe I could get something, anything, if I moved closer to the window. I pressed my face against the glass, fogging it with my breath. Outside, the way station stretched empty, desolate. The highway beyond was a dark ribbon, slick with rain from earlier storms. The murmur outside had faded, replaced by a low, constant hum, engines idling, distant headlights passing. But no one was visible. I traced the outline of the booths with my eyes. Each one dark, shuttered, except for the one I was in. The lights flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows that played tricks on my eyes. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft thud against the metal siding of the booth. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. I stepped back toward the door, pressing my ear against it. The footsteps had stopped. No voices. No sounds at all, except the faint creak of the building settling. Then a whisper. So soft I almost missed it. Step outside. My skin prickled. The voice was close, too close. Not through the speaker this time. Right outside the door. I backed away, breath shallow, senses straining. Whoever was out there knew I was close to breaking. Why? I said, voice shaking. What do you want from me? Silence. Then, the unmistakable sound of the trailer locking into place, metal clinking, chains tightening. The load shifted again, heavier this time, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I staggered back, gripping the desk for balance. I realized then what I hadn't before. This wasn't some random psych game. The whole setup was a trap designed to hold me in or me down. The shifting load was a reminder I wasn't in control of my own truck. Someone else was. The door rattled once more, hard enough to make the glass quiver. I was running out of time. I forced myself to calm down, to think. There had to be a way out. I scanned the room again, eyes catching on a small vent near the ceiling. Too small to crawl through, but maybe enough to hear through. I climbed onto the desk, stretching my neck to the vent. The muffled sound of voices came through, low, urgent, but impossible to make out clearly. "They're waiting for you," one voice said. A woman's voice this time, breathless, scared. "And if he refuses? Then we lose him." Lose him? What did that mean? My hands trembled as I climbed down. Whoever these people were, they were organized. Coordinated. Dangerous. I needed to get out before the next step. The load shifted violently, throwing me against the desk. The trailer groaned like a beast in pain. I gasped, pain lancing through my ribs. The door rattled again, louder this time, like something heavy was pushing against it from the outside. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Then, a single word over the speaker, slow and deliberate. "Now!" The booth plunged into darkness. The flickering lights died, leaving me in complete blackness. Silence. And then, a whisper right beside my ear. "Welcome to the system." I didn't know who was closer to the voice, or the shadow just beyond the glass. But I knew one thing. This was only the beginning. The booth was still dark when I finally gathered the nerve to move. My breath came out in short, sharp bursts, and the cold air smelled stale, like it hadn't been exchanged in days. I could still hear that whisper, faint but crawling over my skin, and the weight of it pressed down on my chest more than the ribs I'd bruised a few minutes ago. "Welcome to the system." The words lingered in the silence, like a promise or a threat, I couldn't decide which. I didn't want to stay there any longer. The flickering lights had died completely, leaving nothing but darkness around me. Reaching out, my fingers brushed against the rough, chipped plaster of the wall. It was cold and crumbly, but real. Human-made. I reminded myself that whatever was happening here was not some ghost story. It was people. People who used the shadows as cover. The load inside the trailer groaned again, shifting reluctantly now, like it was settling back into place. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stand. My legs felt like jelly, but I had to move. I edged toward the booth's door, running my palm along the metal frame until I found the latch. Locked. Of course. That was the whole point, to trap me. I tried the handle, pulling and twisting. Nothing. My fingers shook. I took a breath and forced myself to look around the booth one more time. There was a vent above me, the one I'd climbed onto before, but it was too small to squeeze through. The speaker crackled faintly, static and whispers fading in and out like distant radio signals. My ears strained for any clue of movement outside, but all I heard was the occasional hum of passing trucks and the low drone of highway noise. I tapped the metal wall with my knuckles and whispered, "All right, whoever you are, you want me out?" "Fine. But what then? What do you want from me?" No answer. Just silence. The truth hit me then. They weren't going to speak to me again. Not here. Not now. I sank down onto the cold floor, leaning back against the wall. Pain flared in my ribs every time I moved, but it grounded me somehow. I ran my hand over the floor's grimy surface, the dust and grit scratching my skin. The whole place smelled like rust and oil and the stale breath of waiting. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time lost meaning in the dark. I kept listening. The murmurs outside had stopped. The flickering lights stayed off. It felt like I was caught in a pause, a breath held too long. Eventually, the lock clicked. The door creaked open a crack, and a sliver of yellow light spilled in. I squinted, blinking away the shadows, and saw a figure just beyond the threshold. The silhouette was tall, lean. The person didn't say anything, just stood there watching me. I tried to pull myself up, wincing as my ribs protested, but the figure held up a hand. "Wait," a voice said, low and calm. "You need to come with me." There was no anger in the voice. No threat. Just authority. I hesitated. The flickering lights, the voices, the shifting load, it all came crashing back. "Why?" I managed to say. "What do you want?" The figure stepped forward, and now I could see more. A man, maybe in his 40s, worn jeans, a faded jacket. He looked tired, but not cruel. "Because you're caught up in something you don't understand," he said. "And if you don't come with me, things will get worse." I didn't know if I trusted him. I didn't know if I trusted anyone anymore. But standing there in the dark, bruised and beaten by fear and confusion, I realized I had no choice. I nodded slowly. He opened the door wider, and the cold night air spilled in. The sky was a deep blue-black, stars shimmering faintly over the highway. The smell of diesel and wet asphalt filled my nostrils. I stepped out, blinking against the sudden brightness. "Let's go," he said. We walked to the back of the truck. The trailer's load was quiet now, settled as if nothing had happened. The man pulled out a flashlight and scanned the tires, the undercarriage, the locking mechanisms. "We've been watching this stretch for months," he explained. "People like you truckers hauling legitimate loads get caught up in this because you don't look for trouble. But trouble finds you anyway." I wanted to ask more, but my throat was dry and my mind scrambled. Instead, I listened. He told me about a group of criminals exploiting the way stations, faking inspections, forcing drivers to reroute, sometimes holding them for ransom. The flickering lights and murmurs? A cover for their operations. The shifting load? A way to intimidate and control, to make drivers comply without outright violence. Psychological warfare. I thought about the whisper in the booth. "Welcome to the system." It wasn't a joke or a greeting. It was a warning. A declaration of control. The man handed me a bottle of water. I took it gratefully, the cool liquid sliding down my throat like a bomb. "You're lucky we found you," he said. "Most drivers don't walk away from this." I glanced back at my truck. It looked the same, but I knew better now. It had been a stage for something dangerous, something calculated. "Who are you?" I asked finally. He hesitated. "Let's just say we want to keep the highway safe. For everyone." The relief I felt was unexpected. Not because I trusted him completely, but because someone else was fighting this. Someone else saw the danger lurking behind those flickering lights and locked booths. A few hours later, when the sun was starting to bleed into the horizon, I pulled onto the main road again. The way stations were empty, their lights steady and bright in the morning. No flickers. No murmurs. No shifting load. I kept driving, the road stretching ahead like an uncertain promise. In the weeks that followed, I found myself unable to forget what had happened. The bruises faded, but the memory of those nights stayed sharp. I double-checked every load, every lock, every light. I talked to other drivers, sharing warnings and stories. The highway was no longer just a route, it was a battleground I had survived. And me? I changed. I stopped taking things at face value. I learned to listen to the silence, to read the shadows. Fear hadn't broken me, it had sharpened me. I was more alert, more cautious, less willing to accept strange flickers as nothing. Sometimes, when the night was still and the road quiet, I think I heard a distant murmur, a voice just out of reach. A warning. A reminder. Welcome to the system. It wasn't over. Not really. But I was ready. Story 2, Roadside Carnage, Secrets of the Silent Diner. The highway had stretched out in front of me like an endless gray ribbon, cracked and sun-bleached, the kind of road that seemed to swallow sound whole. I took the exit. The road narrowed, flanked by scrub brush and scrubby pines, their needles whispering in a faint breeze. The truck stop itself was a squat, boxy building with peeling white paint and a flickering neon sign that buzzed low enough to rattle the window panes. It read simply, Diner. No name, no advertising, just that single word glowing in uneven red light. I parked near the front, the gravel crunching under my tires, and stepped out. The smell hit me first, something greasy, heavy, and faintly metallic. It was almost sweet, but raw in a way I couldn't place. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with a mix of fried onions, coffee, and something else. Something colder, like the scent of damp earth after a rain, but stale, as if trapped for too long. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in a lazy rhythm, casting long shadows across the vinyl booths and cracked linoleum floor. Behind the counter, a woman with a tight bun and a name tag that read March wiped down the surface with a rag that looked as old as the building. She glanced up but didn't smile. "Morning," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet room. "Morning," she replied without much interest. There were 6 or 7 people scattered among the booths, mostly men in work clothes, flannel shirts, heavy boots, baseball caps pulled low. They were quiet, heads down, eyes fixed on their plates or the cracked windows. I noticed the way they moved, slow and deliberate, like they were conserving energy or maybe just used to this place. None of them spoke to each other, but they weren't unfriendly. Just distant. I slid into a booth near the window. The vinyl was cracked and sticky, and I wiggled to find a spot that didn't feel like it would stick to my jeans. Marge brought over a menu, the edges curled and stained. I flipped it open, scanning the list of specials. That's when I saw it, meat cuts I didn't recognize. Shoulder of red tail, smoked brisket of elk, house special, braised hare. I frowned. This was Texas, wasn't it? Meat like that wasn't exactly common roadside fare. I looked up at March. "What's the red tail?" She blinked, then nodded toward a man in the corner booth. "You want the truth? It's a local specialty. Folks around here like it." I glanced at the man. He was older, weathered face, eyes sharp but tired. He didn't seem to notice me watching. "Where do you get it?" I asked, still turning the menu over. Marge shrugged. "From the supplier. Nobody asks too many questions." That struck me as odd. I mean, I'd been to a fair share of diners and truck stops, and people generally talked. Asked about the specials, about the meat, about the place itself. But here, no one did. I caught myself staring a little too long, and I shifted my gaze back to the menu. The sound of a truck engine outside made me glance up. A big rig rumbled into the lot, tires crunching gravel, and a tall man with a dusty hat and stained jacket climbed down from the cab. He walked inside with the tired swagger of someone who'd been on the road too long. The other men looked up briefly as he entered, but then went back to eating without a word. I ordered coffee and the house special, curious despite myself. The coffee arrived quickly, bitter and hot, with a faint hint of something smoky underneath. I sipped it carefully, noticing the rough texture of the mug, the slight tremor in my hands. The silence in the diner was thick, almost tangible. The ticking of a clock on the far wall seemed unnaturally loud. I caught a glimpse of the kitchen door, half open, light spilling out but no sound coming from within. I tried to listen. Something clicked in my mind, a faint thud, like a heartbeat or a heavy footstep. I blinked. No, maybe it was just the old pipes. The meal arrived, meat sliced thin, with a dark glaze that shimmered under the fluorescent lights. The smell was rich, almost too rich, and I hesitated before taking a bite. It was tender, cooked slow, the flavors deep and strange. I looked around, expecting to see the other men eating the same thing, but they all had different plates, simpler fare. Burgers, fries, coffee. Nothing that matched the mysterious cuts on the menu. I tried to ask Marge about it again, but she simply said, "It's best not to dwell on it." Her eyes flicked toward the kitchen door. Curiosity gnawed at me, but I pushed it down. Maybe I was overthinking it. After all, I was just passing through. Maybe this was just one of those places where people like their secrets. But as I ate, I noticed something else. One of the men, the one with the sharp eyes, kept glancing toward the kitchen door too. Like he was waiting for something. Or someone. I swallowed hard. The coffee was turning cold in front of me, the air growing heavier. Outside, the sun climbed higher, but inside the diner, time seemed to stretch and fold in on itself. There was a quiet tension I couldn't shake, like the whole place was holding its breath. I wanted to leave. I really did. But my feet felt glued to the floor, and my eyes kept drifting back to that half-open door. Then I heard it again. A faint sound, like a soft scrape or a low moan, coming from the kitchen basement hatch, just behind the counter. I looked at Marge. She was staring straight ahead, expression unreadable. "Did you hear that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just the pipes," she said quickly. But her hand trembled slightly as she wiped the counter. I didn't believe her. Something was wrong here. Something I couldn't yet name. But it was there, lurking just beneath the surface, in the silence between the words, in the strange cuts on the menu, in the way the regulars never asked questions. And as I sat there, the shadows in the corners of the diner deepening, I realized I wasn't the first to notice. Not by a long shot. The night stretched long after I left the diner, but sleep slipped through my fingers like smoke. Morning came too soon, and with it, a kind of grim resolve. I knew I had to go back. Something about that place had me knotting up inside, like a fist gripping my gut, and I couldn't shake it loose. I packed my things slowly, each small sound in the room, creak of the bed frame, distant hum of a highway truck felt amplified, like the world was holding its breath, just like the diner. Back on the road, the diner's neon sign flickered faintly in the early light. The place looked less sinister in daylight, almost ordinary. I parked in the gravel lot, the stones crunching under my shoes, and took a deep breath. The air smelled faintly of diesel and burnt coffee, mixed with that sharp, coppery tang I'd noticed the night before. Blood, maybe. But I wasn't ready to admit that aloud. Inside, the atmosphere was different, but the regulars were there, sitting in their usual booths. Their faces were weathered and lined, worn down by years of long hauls and sleepless nights, or maybe something else. I watched them over my coffee, their eyes shadowed, their conversations clipped, like they were all sharing a secret too heavy to carry out loud. Marge was wiping down the counter again, her hands steady but her eyes flicked to me with something close to caution. I tried to catch her gaze, but she looked away quickly. I had to be careful. I wasn't sure if she'd talk or shut down completely. I asked about the menu, casually at first. Those cuts of meat, where do they come from? I've never seen anything like some of those names before. I kept my voice light, hoping to catch a slip or a reaction. She glanced around, lowered her voice. Special recipes. Old family stuff. Nothing fancy. But her fingers tightened around the rag, knuckles white. The way she said it didn't match the ease of her words. I noticed something else. The regulars didn't ask. Not a single question about the strange dishes. They ordered without hesitation, as if they'd been eating this meat for years. I found that odd. Usually, people get curious about the unfamiliar. My eyes drifted to the basement hatch again, just behind the counter. It was closed this time, the latch gleaming a little too clean, like someone had polished it recently. I could almost feel the weight of whatever lay beneath pressing up through the floorboards. Later, I found a quiet moment to talk to Pete, the guy who ran the gas pumps. He was a tall man with a gravelly voice, the kind that made you listen even when he wasn't saying much. "Hey, Pete," I said, leaning against the pump. "You've been here long?" "Long enough," he replied, eyes narrowing a bit. "Why?" "Just curious. Ever notice anything strange around here? Like maybe some folks disappear and nobody talks about it?" He laughed, but it was hollow. "Truck stops. People come and go. Sometimes they don't check out. Life on the road's rough, you know? Not everyone's got a place to land when the wheels stop turning." I pressed, watching his face for a flicker of something else. "But you haven't heard anything? Nothing odd?" His gaze drifted to the diner. "Look, best to mind your own business. Some things are better left alone." Then he walked away, leaving me with the weight of his words. That afternoon, I wandered around the back of the diner. The building was old, paint peeling in long, curling strips. I found the door to the basement, solid wood, no windows. The air near it was cooler, damp, smelling faintly of earth and something metallic. My hand hovered over the handle, then dropped. I wasn't ready. Not yet. A noise behind me made me whip around. It was Marge, her eyes sharp, a warning in her stance. "You don't want to go down there," she said quietly, voice low but firm. "Why not?" I asked, heart thumping louder than I wanted. "What's in the basement?" She hesitated, then looked away. "You're not from around here. You don't understand. It's better if you don't ask questions." That only made me more curious. There was something in her tone, a mixture of fear and resignation. Like she was protecting me from something, or maybe protecting herself from what she'd done. Back inside, I found the menu again, tracing my finger over the unfamiliar names. One caught my eye, special cut. No description. Just those two words printed in faded black ink. I thought about the missing truckers I'd heard about on the road. The ones who vanished without a trace. Could this be connected? I noticed a small notebook tucked beneath the menu stand. It was filled with scribbled notes, order tallies, and something else, names. Dates. Some with check marks, others crossed out. I flipped through, my stomach twisting with each page. The names matched missing persons reports I'd seen online. I snapped the book shut and shoved it into my jacket pocket. My hands trembled more than I cared to admit. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a pattern. A plan. That night, I stayed in my car, parked just beyond the diner's reach. The neon sign buzzed overhead, casting shifting shadows across the cracked asphalt. I watched as Marge locked the doors, her movements deliberate. Then Pete appeared, standing by the pumps, scanning the lot like a sentinel. From my vantage point, I saw the basement hatch open briefly, just a crack, but enough to catch a glimpse of a pale arm disappearing quickly back inside. My breath caught in my throat. Alive. They were alive. I wanted to scream, to run, to turn the car around and never look back. But something rooted me to the spot. A mixture of dread and determination, like I was already tangled too deep to escape. The night air grew colder, and a distant dog barked somewhere beyond the trees. Silence stretched between the sounds, but I knew the noise in the basement was waiting. Watching. Breathing. And I wasn't alone anymore. The night thickened, heavy and oppressive like a shroud. I'd spent the last hour trying to piece it all together, the strange cuts of meat on the menu, the missing truckers whose faces I'd seen pinned haphazardly in the back rooms peeling wallpaper, the way the regulars never asked questions. How could they not? I thought I understood small-town silence, the way people don't pry, but this was something else entirely. Complicity, maybe? Or fear? The diner's windows shimmered, the yellow light inside staining the darkness like a bruise. I watched Marge and Pete disappear inside, their movements slow, ritualistic, like actors in a play they repeated too many times to remember. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it all, but the cold in my fingers said otherwise. By midnight, the lot was empty except for my car and a lone, rusted-up pickup near the edge of the lot. The air smelled of burnt coffee and old grease, but beneath it all was something sour, metallic, something I could almost taste, like copper on my tongue. My hands trembled more than I cared to admit. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a pattern. A plan. I wanted to leave, but every time I tried to start the engine, the key rattled uselessly in the ignition, like it was mocking me. I was trapped. Not physically, no, but trapped by knowledge. By the primal need to understand. To expose. To survive. The distant bark of a dog cut through the silence, a sharp, lonely sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. And then, from inside the diner, a noise, a low, muffled groan, almost a whisper. It came from the basement. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. The basement hatch was in the kitchen, behind the swinging door that clanged every time it opened. I could hear the faint scrape of a chair, or maybe it was a crate, moving against the floorboards. I pressed my ear against the glass, straining for any clue. The door creaked open. Marge's silhouette slipped out, holding something bulky wrapped in a stained tarp. Her footsteps were soft but deliberate. She glanced around like she expected someone to be watching. My heart hammered so loud I was sure she could hear it. She moved toward the back of the lot, toward the shadows where the pickup sat. I had to follow. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop myself. Behind the diner, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was colder, sharper. The night smelled of wet earth and rust. I kept to the shadows, my breath shallow, trying not to make a sound. Marge stopped at the tailgate of the pickup and began to lift the tarp. My mind raced. What was under there? Meat? Garbage? Or something worse? The tarp slipped away, revealing a man's face. Pale, gaunt, eyes wide and terrified. He blinked slowly, struggling to focus. Alive. I stumbled back, a cry caught in my throat. The man's lips moved, whispering something I couldn't quite catch. Marge noticed me then, her eyes narrowing in the dim light. You shouldn't be here, she said, voice low and cold. This isn't your business. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But my limbs felt like lead. The man reached out a trembling hand, and I reached back without thinking. That moment cracked everything. Suddenly, headlights blazed from the road. Pete's truck roared into the lot, kicking up a cloud of dust. Marge cursed under her breath, grabbing the man and shoving him back under the tarp. Go, Pete hissed at her. Now. I froze. The truck's headlights swept over me, catching me in a harsh beam. I couldn't hide. Not now. Marge's face twisted into something like regret or maybe warning. You don't know what you're messing with, she said. Once you're in, there's no way out. The truck's engine rumbled, a beast waking. Pete climbed into the cab, slamming the door shut. The lights flickered on inside the diner, and I could see the other regulars moving like shadows behind the windows. I realized then that the entire town was watching me. Waiting. There was no escape. Not tonight. Not ever. I was part of it now. The engine revved, and the truck lurched forward, disappearing into the darkness. Marge turned back toward the diner, her eyes boring into mine. I wanted to ask what happened to the others. The missing truckers. But the words stuck in my throat. I was standing on a cracked slab of asphalt, the cold night pressing in from every side, and I knew one thing for certain. I had crossed the point of no return. Whatever this place was, whatever it hid beneath the diner's floorboards and behind those shadowed windows, I was tangled in it now. Like a fly caught in a web. And the spider was coming back for me. A sudden breeze rattled the diner's sign, the buzzing neon flickering once more before settling into a steady glow. Somewhere inside, the basement door slammed shut. Silence. Complete silence. But I wasn't alone anymore. A low, deliberate shuffle echoed from the back room, followed by a faint creak as footsteps approached. Heart pounding, I pressed my back against the cold wall, breath shallow. The air thickened, heavy with something metallic, fear, maybe. The spider was close now, its presence almost tangible, waiting to strike. A shadow detached itself from the darkness, eyes glinting like shards of glass. The shadow stepped forward. My throat tightened. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, the scent of old blood and damp wood pressing in on me like a weight. Somewhere behind him, the faint hum of the freezer's compressor buzzed, steady and unrelenting. It was then I realized the basement wasn't just below the diner, it was beneath us, and the sound was coming from somewhere down there. Why are you here? His voice was low, gravelly, like he hadn't used it in a while. The question wasn't really a question. It was a warning. I swallowed. I'm just passing through. I wanted to know what's in the basement. He took a slow step closer. Curiosity's dangerous, friend. His eyes locked on mine, black and unblinking. You've seen too much. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow, and the distant creak of the diner's floorboards settling. The man's gaze didn't waver. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to speak. The cuts of meat. The missing truckers. I know what's down there. A flicker of something, anger? Fear crossed his face. You think you know? You have no idea. He turned away, then motioned toward the back door. Come on, then. See for yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. I hesitated, the cold night air outside suddenly feeling like a better option. But the truth was a magnet, pulling me forward despite the growing knot in my stomach. I followed him through the diner's grimy kitchen, past the rusted stove and the chipped counters, until we reached a heavy steel door with a small, barred window set into it. He unlocked it with a key that looked like it hadn't seen daylight in years. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. A stale, damp smell hit me, the scent of earth, sweat, and something else I couldn't place at first. It reminded me of a cellar I'd been in once as a kid, but with an undercurrent of rot. Watch your step, he said, flicking on a weak flashlight. The beam cut through the shadows, revealing rough concrete walls slick with moisture and rusty pipes overhead. I followed him down, the air growing colder, thicker, harder to breathe. My pulse hammered in my ears, echoing in the confined space. Every step deeper felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. At the bottom, the flashlight caught on a series of cages, metal frames, old and scratched, with heavy locks. The smell hit me then, sharp and undeniable. Something alive. Something wrong. Those are the ones, he said quietly, nodding toward the cages. Inside, bodies were slumped and huddled, men, gaunt and pale, eyes wide with exhaustion and fear. Faces I recognized from the missing posters taped to the diner's bulletin board. They looked broken, starved, but alive. Barely. My stomach twisted. You're keeping them here? We have to, he said, voice low but steady. The boss says they're the best meat we serve. Keeps the regulars coming back. I blinked, unable to grasp the full weight of what he was saying. You're feeding people with them? The words tasted bitter, like bile. He shrugged, almost casually. It's business. No one asks questions. The regulars don't want to know. They just eat. A sudden noise, a scraping from deeper in the basement, made us both freeze. The flashlight beam jerked toward the sound, catching a shadow slipping between the cages. Don't, the man warned sharply. They're dangerous if they get riled up. I swallowed hard, heart racing. The realization hit me like a punch. These men weren't just prisoners. They were bait, kept alive for some twisted purpose, and the diner was a front for something monstrous. I turned to leave, urgency clawing at my chest. I need to get out. Now! He blocked my path, expression unreadable. You're not going anywhere. Not yet. The air thickened, the basement closing in around us like a trap. Panic rose, hot and sharp. I was caught, tangled in a nightmare that felt too heavy to escape. But then, from the cages, a voice, a whisper, ragged and desperate, reached me. Help us. The man's eyes flicked toward the prisoners. For a long moment, something raw and human flickered in his gaze. Then it vanished. Quiet, he snapped. You don't want to make things worse. My mind raced. I could try to reason with him, plead for release. Or I could find a way out on my own. But the basement's shadows seemed endless, the silence around us thick with menace. I took a breath, steadying my shaking limbs. I don't belong here. I'm leaving. He smiled then. It wasn't a smile. It was a warning. You already crossed the line. This diner owns you now. He stepped aside slowly, the way a lion might let a gazelle live if only to chase it later. I didn't hesitate. I bolted up the stairs, the echo of my pounding feet mixing with the faint murmurs from below. The kitchen light was blinding after the dark, but I kept moving, past the clattering dishes and overturned chairs. Behind me, the basement door slammed shut again, sealing the darkness away. But the nightmare wasn't over. As I burst into the main room, the regulars were all there, silent, watching, their faces unreadable. No one moved to stop me. Their eyes held a strange, knowing look, like they were waiting for this moment. The waitress appeared, wiping her hands on a stained towel. You found out, huh? She said softly. Now you gotta decide what you're gonna do with the truth. I swallowed hard, the weight of everything crashing down on me. This place wasn't just a diner. It was a cage. And I was trapped inside it. Outside, the neon sign buzzed steadily, casting an eerie glow over the cracked asphalt. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then fell silent. I glanced back at the basement door, then at the faces around me. The regulars. The cooks. The waitress. No one was going to help me, and I was running out of options. "Why don't you sit down?" the waitress said, voice smooth as silk. "We'll get you something special tonight. Something you won't forget." I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear into the night beyond the cracked pavement and flickering lights. But I stayed frozen in place, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. Tonight, the diner was alive, and it wasn't letting me go. I sat on the cracked vinyl booth, the sticky residue of spilled coffee still clinging to the table's edge where I'd rested my elbow. The diner was quieter now than when I'd first stumbled in hours ago, the dim overhead bulbs flickering with a lazy rhythm that made shadows crawl along the walls in slow, deliberate waves. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the old neon sign that buzzed faintly, the faint hum a constant reminder that this place was stubbornly alive, stubbornly unwilling to let me forget any of it. I hadn't moved since I came back upstairs from the basement. The stale, cold air of that hidden cellar had clung to my skin, a damp chill that no amount of daylight could shake off. My hands trembled slightly as I folded my arms, trying to convince myself I was done, that the nightmare was over, that I could just walk away and let this place rot in its own secrets. But deep down, I knew the story wasn't finished. It never would be. The faces of the missing truckers haunted me. Not as shadows or ghosts, no, nothing supernatural here, but as the raw, pressing proof of human cruelty. I'd seen them, trapped in the darkness below, alive but broken in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. Their eyes held a dull, empty weight, a silent question I didn't have an answer for. I caught sight of the cook at the counter. He was wiping down the greasy grill, his movements slow, deliberate. His eyes flickered toward me briefly but quickly darted away, like he didn't want to be caught looking. That man, Frank, I think, was the pivot on which this whole twisted operation turned. I wondered if he even realized the monster he was helping feed, or if his silence was a shield he'd wrapped around himself for survival. I looked down at the menu, the edges curling and stained with years of neglect. The cuts of meat listed there no longer made sense. Special brisket, house-smoked ribs, secret recipe stew. I knew now what those words meant. How many else had walked in, oblivious, their hunger swallowed by the same horror? The thought made my stomach lurch. I needed air. I pushed myself out of the booth, the vinyl squeaking beneath me. The floor creaked underfoot, a chorus of tired sounds echoing through the empty diner. Outside, the wind had picked up even more, cold and biting. The sky was a bruised purple, the horizon blotched with the last remnants of daylight. I didn't bother packing my things neatly, the urgency to leave outweighed any sense of order or care. As I reached the door, the bell above jingled softly, a fragile sound that seemed too polite for what I was about to do. I glanced back once, catching the cook's eyes again. This time, he didn't look away. "Why?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. I stepped out into the night, the cold air biting in my face, sharp and bracing. I pulled my jacket tighter, the leather stiff and unfamiliar against my skin. The parking lot was empty except for a few tired rigs and the flicker of a distant street lamp struggling against the darkness. I walked to my truck, the gravel crunching underfoot. My mind replayed everything: the missing men, the hidden basement, the silence of the regulars who never asked questions. The realization hit me again: this wasn't just a strange roadside diner. It was a trap, a nightmare dressed in grease and cheap coffee, a place where cruelty hid behind the mundane. I got into the cab and closed the door, the interior light casting a weak glow over my hands. They shook as I started the engine, the truck rumbling to life like a beast waking from a long sleep. I didn't know what I was going to do next. Report it? Run? Stay silent? But one thing was clear: I couldn't stay. Not here, not anywhere near this place. The diner was a wound in the landscape, something that needed to be exposed, or at least forgotten so no one else fell into its jaws. The road stretched before me, dark and empty. I pulled away from the truck stop, leaving the flickering neon sign behind, the fading into the distance. The cold air filled the cab, sharp against my skin, and for the first time in hours, I dared to breathe a little easier. I didn't look back. Weeks later, I found the courage to call the authorities, the Missing Persons Bureau, someone who could make sense of the nightmare I'd unearthed. They listened, skeptical at first, but the details were too specific, too chilling to ignore. An investigation followed, slow and painful, peeling back layers of denial and silence. The diner was shut down. The basement sealed, the cook and the owner taken away for questioning. The missing truckers were found, some alive but forever changed, others gone without a trace. The community around the highway whispered rumors and fears, but the truth was out. The darkness exposed. For me, the aftermath was quieter, more personal. I couldn't unsee those faces or unhear the muffled cries from below. But I learned how to live with it, to carry the weight without letting it crush me. I started writing about it, trying to turn the horror into something that might warn others, might make a difference. Driving down endless highways now, I watch the diners and truck stops with a wary eye, remembering the lesson that ordinary places can hide terrible secrets. And though the road stretches on, long and uncertain, I know I'm not the same person who walked into that diner. I carry the scar, but I also carry the resolve not to forget, not to turn away, and maybe, just maybe, to keep searching for light in the darkest places. Silence. Complete silence. That's what I carry now. And the hope that it never returns. Story 3, marked without memory, unseen bruises haunt town. I never thought a bruise could make you question everything you believed about your own town. The room was still hazy with dawn light creeping through the blinds, casting thin stripes across my sheets. I could hear the muffled hum of the heater, the faint creak of the old wooden floor settling. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down Maple Street, sharp and sudden, then quiet again. The smell of coffee brewing in the kitchen wafted in, bitter and warm, but it didn't settle the gnawing feeling in my stomach. I pulled on my robe and shuffled to the bathroom, flicking on the light. The bulb sputtered, casting a flickering glow that made the bruise look even more unnatural. I ran cold water on my wrist, then pressed the heel of my hand against the mark. Tender. I winced. I traced the edges with my fingertip, trying to remember if I'd bumped into anything. Nothing. I even checked the bed sheets for a hint, no signs of anything sharp or rough that might have caused a scrape. Later that morning, I mentioned it to Mrs. Hargrove, my neighbor and town librarian, when I bumped into her by the mailbox. She squinted at my side, then lifted her blouse sleeve, revealing a nearly identical bruise in the exact same spot. Her skin was paler than mine, but the color and shape matched perfectly. "You too?" she whispered, like confessing a secret. I nodded slowly, suddenly aware of the uneven gravel underfoot, the chill in the wind that had nothing to do with the season. "How long have you had it?" "Since yesterday morning." I thought it was nothing. "Me too." I swallowed hard, the taste of stale gum stuck in my mouth. "Did you remember how it got there?" "No. Not a thing." She shook her head, eyes darting down the street. "And no one's talking about it. Everyone's got one now." "Everyone?" The word felt like a weight settling in my chest. I tried to remember if my coworkers had mentioned anything during the morning meeting. No one had. Like this was some invisible scar we were all hiding. I spent the next few hours quietly observing. At the diner, the waitress lifted her apron and showed me the same mark. At the grocery store, the cashier didn't meet my eyes when I asked if she'd noticed it. In the post office, The elderly man behind the counter adjusted his collar nervously before showing me the bruise. It was everywhere. Same shape, same spot. No explanation. The clinic was the only place left to go, but the waiting room smelled of antiseptic and old magazines, the kind that left a faint chemical taste in your mouth. The receptionist gave me a tight smile when I mentioned the bruise. Stress, she said flatly. That's what the doctor says. Everyone's under pressure these days. I wanted to argue. Stress didn't cause a perfectly round bruise, and it didn't explain why no one remembered bumping into anything. But the doctor, a kindly man with tired eyes and a voice too smooth for comfort, insisted it was nothing to worry about. Keep an eye on it, he said, but try not to fixate. That night, I lay awake, the bruise throbbing faintly under the fabric of my shirt. The house was silent except for the ticking of the clock on the wall and the occasional rustle of wind shifting the curtains. I stared at the ceiling, the rough plaster casting shadows like cracked skin. I thought about the silence that had settled over the town, the way people avoided looking at one another's marks, the way conversations died when the topic came close. I didn't believe in coincidences, but this felt like something else entirely. Something deliberate. My mind raced with questions that had no answers. Who or what was behind this? Was it medical? Psychological? Or something more sinister? I closed my eyes and tried to push the thoughts away. But the bruise pulsed beneath my ribs, a quiet reminder that whatever was happening, it wasn't going to stop on its own. The room felt colder now, shadows gathering in the corners as if they too were listening, waiting. I tried to steady my breathing, but each inhale was sharp, like drawing in shards of glass. The bruise throbbed steadily, a dull drumbeat beneath my skin, syncing with the frantic pulse in my temples. I reached out, fingers trembling, tracing the outline of the mark as if I could map its origin, understand its language. Nothing made sense, no logical explanation could stitch together the fragments of this growing nightmare. Outside, the muffled sounds of life continued, cars passing, distant laughter, the hum of the city indifferent to the creeping darkness inside me. I wanted to scream, to tear away whatever invisible chains held me, but the weight settled deeper, pressing down like a secret too heavy to bear. Memories flickered at the edges of my mind, half-formed and tangled, like whispers from a place I couldn't reach. Faces blurred in and out, eyes that looked familiar yet empty, voices just out of earshot. I stood abruptly, the room spinning, my body a battlefield of aches and shadows. The bruises weren't just marks, they were warnings written on my flesh, messages I didn't want to decipher but couldn't ignore. Maybe they were a call, or a curse. Or perhaps a countdown. The thought made my stomach knot tighter. I needed answers, but where could I find them? Doctors shrugged, friends avoided my gaze, and the mirror reflected a stranger with haunted eyes. Clutching my side, I moved toward the window. The city stretched below, alive and oblivious, a stark contrast to the chaos inside. If this was some twisted game, I was already deep in play, pieces moving without my consent. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, willing clarity to come, willing the bruise to fade into silence. But the message lingered, echoing in the quiet between heartbeats. Something had begun, and it was far from over. The city lights outside my window flickered like distant fireflies caught in a restless breeze. I wasn't sure how long I stood there. Minutes? Hours? Time felt thick, like molasses sliding slowly through the cracks in the night. The bruise, the silent message, sat just below my ribs on the left side, exactly where everyone else's was appearing. The clinic's word was stress, but if it was stress, why did it look like I'd been squeezed by a fist I couldn't remember? Why did none of us recall falling or bumping into anything? And why wasn't anyone talking? I paced the cramped room, the threadbare rug muffling my footsteps. The silence pressed in around me, and with every creak of the old floorboards, I half expected a voice to break through, but only the distant hum of traffic answered. My thoughts tangled like wires, sparking connections I couldn't quite catch. I needed to know more. The next morning arrived gray and heavy. Rain threatened but never quite fell, leaving the air damp and smelling of wet asphalt and earth. I pulled on a worn jacket and stepped outside, the bruise hidden beneath my sleeve but burning with each motion. I had made a decision. I would start asking questions, quietly, carefully. If the town was holding something back, I wanted to pry it loose. First stop, the cafe at the corner of Main and 4th. It was early, the usual morning crowd trickling in, faces etched with the same tiredness I felt. I took a seat at the counter, watching the barista pull espresso shots with practiced ease. The smell of roasted coffee beans filled the air, sharp, bitter, oddly comforting. "Morning, Sam," I said when she glanced my way, her dark eyes flickering briefly to the bruise on my arm. "Hey," she replied, voice low. "You look like you didn't sleep." "I haven't." "Something's going on. Have you noticed the bruises?" She stiffened, the smile fading like a shadow retreating. "Everyone's got them," she said, voice tight. "But no one talks about it. Feels better that way. But why? Has anyone said what's causing them? I mean, something this widespread can't just be stress, right?" She shook her head, fingers tightening around her coffee cup. "Clinic says it's stress. The mayor's office said the same thing. No need to worry, just rest and drink water. You know how they are." I nodded, but the explanation felt like a thin veil stretched over something much darker. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through posts on the community forum. Dozens of people complaining about the same bruise, the same silence. No answers, only speculation. Later that day, I met with Jamie, my neighbor and the only person who seemed as unsettled as I was. Jamie's usually bright demeanor was shadowed now, eyes darting nervously when we met near the park bench by the old library. "You've seen it too," Jamie whispered, glancing around like someone might be listening. I nodded. "It's everywhere. And no one wants to talk about it." Jamie pulled their jacket tighter, a shiver running down their spine despite the mild afternoon. "My mom said the clinic called her, told her to keep us calm. Said it's nothing to worry about." "Sounds like a cover-up," I muttered. "But what would they hide? Something physical, or—" Jamie's voice dropped. "Something else. I overheard workers at the plant talking last night. They mentioned a containment breach but didn't explain. Said it was under control. I don't know what that means, but the bruise started showing right after. The plant. That old chemical processing facility on the edge of town. It had been shuttered for years after a series of minor accidents. No one expected it to be anything but a ghost. But if something leaked, something toxic or corrosive, maybe that explained the marks. I felt a sudden chill, the damp air pressing into my lungs. "We need proof," I said. "Something concrete." Jamie nodded, eyes wide but determined. "I can get us close. I know someone who works there." I hesitated. The idea of sneaking around a contaminated site didn't sound smart. But standing still felt worse. "Okay," I said finally. "Let's do it." That evening, the sky was bruised purple and orange. Clouds rolling in like a storm had been waiting all day to break loose. Jamie and I met by the old bridge, the air thick with the smell of rain and something else, chemical, sharp, like metal and rot. We slipped through the chain-link fence surrounding the plant, hearts pounding loud enough to drown out the distant barking of a dog. Inside, the place was eerily silent, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing off rusted pipes. The walls were stained, peeling paint curling like dead skin. Shadows clung to every corner. I ran my fingers over the cold metal of a control panel, noticing a faint residue beneath the grime. It looked oily, sticky. My skin prickled, the bruise on my ribs throbbed again, sharper this time. Jamie pointed toward a storage room at the far end, where a faint light flickered. We moved closer, footsteps careful, voices hushed. Inside, I caught sight of metal drums, some tipped over, their contents seeping into the cracked concrete floor. The air was thick with a chemical stench that burned my nose and made my eyes water. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter in my mouth. Jamie's phone buzzed suddenly, a sharp vibration that echoed in the silence. We froze, breath caught in our throats. "We shouldn't be here," Jamie whispered. I wanted to argue, to push further, but the weight of unknown danger settled over me like a wet blanket. The bruise burned hotter, a warning I couldn't ignore. As we retraced our steps back through the shadowed halls, a sound stopped me cold, footsteps. Not ours. Heavier. Closer. I squeezed Jamie's arm. "Go! Now!" We broke into a sprint, the pounding of our feet muffled by the thick air. Behind us, the footsteps quickened, echoing in the vast emptiness. Bursting through the fence, rain finally began to fall, cold droplets stinging my face. We didn't stop running until the plant was a dark silhouette behind us, swallowed by the night. Back on the street, soaked and gasping, I looked at Jamie. "We're in this deeper than I thought." The bruise throbbed fiercely now, a relentless pulse beneath my skin. The town's silence was not just fear. It was something else, something that wanted to keep us quiet, keep us blind. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay silent. Rain slicked the pavement, turning the streetlights into smeared halos of orange and yellow. The bruise burned under my sleeve. Hot and alive. Like it was trying to tell me something I couldn't quite hear. "We're in this deeper than I thought," I said, voice low and rough, more to myself than him. Jamie didn't answer. His jaw was set, eyes darting nervously down the empty street. The silence between us was thick, heavy with unspoken questions. I wanted to ask him what he'd seen in the plant, what made his voice drop when he said "E." But the words stuck in my throat, tangled up in the knot of dread tightening my chest. We didn't stop walking until the rain had soaked through our clothes and chilled me to the bone. The bruise pulsed with a fierce rhythm, like a second heartbeat. I pulled my sleeve back just long enough to glance at it in the dim glow of a flickering street lamp. It had spread overnight, darker, more defined, a perfect crescent shape just above my wrist. Exactly where everyone else's had appeared. The clinic's stress diagnosis felt like a lie I was swallowing just to stay sane. "Jamie," I said, voice barely above a whisper, "we need to figure out what that place really is. Why does it feel like it's watching us?" He shook his head, eyes narrowing. "I don't know if I want to know. If we dig any deeper, what if it's something we can't face?" I wanted to argue. I wanted to scream that ignorance was worse. But the weight of the unknown pressed down on me like wet plaster. The bruise throbbed again, sharper this time, like a warning. The next morning came with a gray, leaden sky. I woke stiff and damp, the bruise throbbing beneath my thin shirt. Jamie wasn't in my place. He'd slipped out early, leaving a note scrawled on the kitchen table. "Meet me at the library, 6 p.m. No explanation. Just those 4 words. I spent the day roaming the streets, the town feeling different now. Not just the usual small-town quiet, but a silence that was deliberate, waiting. People walked past me with eyes downcast, hands clutching bags or phones like shields. No one mentioned the bruises. No one said a word about the plant. At the library, the musty smell of old paper and varnished wood greeted me. Jamie was already there, hunched over a stack of yellowed newspapers and town records. He looked up, eyes dark but resolute. I found something, he said, tapping a brittle page. Look at this. I leaned in. The headline was faded, but the words were clear enough. Factory closure leaves town in economic ruin. The date was from 30 years ago. The article detailed how the plant had been shut down abruptly after a mysterious incident. Injuries. Illnesses. Then silence. Why didn't anyone tell me this before? I asked, voice tight. Jamie shrugged. Because no one talks about it. It's like the town buried it, hoped it would never come back. I flipped through more pages, each one hinting at a cover-up. Reports of strange accidents at the plant, unexplained symptoms among workers, and a sudden spike in disappearances. The bruise, it wasn't just random. It was a mark. A sign. We need to warn people, I said, but Jamie shook his head again. No one will listen. The clinic already said it's stress. They're part of it. His voice dropped. I overheard Dr. Harlan talking to someone on the phone last night. They're monitoring us. Watching who talks. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Watching us. The town wasn't just silent, it was controlled. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the rising panic. Then what do? Jamie's eyes flicked to the window. Outside, the sky was bruised and darkening with approaching storm clouds. We don't have a choice anymore. We're already part of it. The bruise flared painfully, a sharp pulse running through my arm. I looked down, fingers trembling. It wasn't just a mark anymore. It was a brand. Suddenly, the lights in the library flickered and dimmed. A lull hum filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, subtle but unmistakable. I glanced around. Other patrons had stopped reading, their heads turning toward the entrance. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the fading daylight. It was Dr. Harlan. He didn't say a word. Just walked slowly toward us, eyes locked on mine. The bruise burned hotter, the pain spreading like wildfire. My hands clenched into fists on the table, nails biting into the wood. Jamie leaned in, voice barely audible. We can't run. Not anymore. The doctor stopped beside us, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I see you've been asking questions, he said softly. Curiosity can be dangerous in our town. My throat tightened. The realization hit me like ice. The bruise was just the beginning. The plant, the silence, the clinic, they were all pieces of a larger puzzle designed to trap us. There was no escaping this. No turning back. Only forward. And whatever lay ahead, I wasn't sure I was ready for it. He glanced around, lowering his voice even further. But sometimes, the truth is the only way out. The weight of his words settled between us, heavy and unyielding. I swallowed hard, knowing that from this moment, everything would change. The doctor's words hung in the stale air, thick and suffocating. I remembered then how quiet the town had been all day. Not a soul had spoken of the bruise except in hushed tones, eyes cast downward, faces flushed with something I couldn't name. Fear? Shame? Or worse, complicity? The silence wasn't just absence of noise. It was a wall, built brick by brick, to keep whatever was coming from spilling out. Curiosity can be dangerous, the doctor repeated, stepping closer, his breath smelling faintly of antiseptic and something metallic. He looked older than his years, and tired in a way that didn't make sense for someone who held all the answers. You don't want to know what lies beneath. But I did. I needed to. Jamie's hand brushed mine under the table, warm and trembling. We have to do something, she said, voice low, urgent. If we don't. The doctor's sharp gaze cut her off. If you do, you might never leave this town. Not really. That was a promise. Or a threat. I wasn't sure which. I swallowed hard, tasting the dry tang of my own fear, and nodded. I want to know. He smiled then, the kind of smile that didn't reach the eyes. Good. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his coat pocket and slid it across the table. Meet me here tomorrow night. Midnight. I unfolded it carefully, the creases biting into my fingertips. It was an address, one I didn't recognize, and a single word scrawled beneath it, truth. Jamie's breath hitched. Why midnight? He shrugged. Because it belongs to the night. The room seemed to tilt, shadows stretching like long fingers across the walls. I glanced at the bruise again, now throbbing fiercely, as if warning me to stop. But the ache was a promise too, something I couldn't ignore. Back outside, the air hit me like a cold slap. The street lamp flickered overhead, casting brief bursts of light over cracked pavement. I pulled my jacket tighter, the bruise throbbing beneath the fabric, and started walking. Jamie fell in step beside me, the silence between us thick and heavy. Do you think he's involved? She asked finally, breaking the stillness. In what? I glanced at her, catching the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The bruises. The silence. The way the clinic acts like it's all normal. Her voice cracked on the last word. I didn't answer. How could I? The truth was a shifting shadow, always out of reach. We passed by Mrs. Caldwell's house, her porch light off for the first time in weeks. The windows were dark, the garden overgrown, wildflowers tangled with weeds. Something about it made me shiver. Want to grab coffee? Jamie asked, nodding toward the diner. I think I need something stronger than whatever's in my head. I hesitated. The diner was usually a place of refuge, the smell of frying bacon, the clatter of dishes, the hum of conversation. But tonight it felt different, like the walls were listening. Watching. Still, I nodded. Yeah. Maybe. Inside, the warmth hit us immediately, a mix of burnt coffee and sugar. The bell above the door jingled softly as we settled into a booth near the back. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and grease-streaked hair, slid 2 mugs across the table without a word. I caught a faint scent of bleach on her fingers, sharp and unsettling. Jamie stirred her coffee slowly, eyes distant. I talked to my dad today, she said, voice low. He's been quiet about the bruises. Like, not just ignoring them, but like he's scared. I frowned. Scared of what? She shrugged. I don't know. But when I pressed, he just told me to drop it. Said some things are better left alone. Her words echoed what the doctor had said. Some truths are dangerous. I traced a finger along the rim of my mug, feeling the bruise's heat radiate through the thin fabric of my sleeve. What if this town, what if it's not just about the bruises? What if it's about control? Or something worse? Jamie looked up, eyes sharp for a moment. You think someone's doing this to us? I didn't want to say it out loud, but the thought sat heavy on my chest like a stone. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not natural. The diner door creaked open, letting in a rush of cold air and a gust of wind that smelled faintly of rain. The bell jingled again, but no one came through. I glanced toward the entrance. Empty. Did you see that? Jamie whispered. I shook my head, but my skin prickled. The lights flickered overhead, casting the room into brief darkness before buzzing back to life. The waitress had vanished. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from the kitchen, a soft thud, followed by another. I stood abruptly, knocking the mug over. Coffee spilled across the table, hot and bitter. Jamie reached for napkins, but I was already moving toward the door. "Wait," she said, voice shaking. "What if we're being watched? Then we'll watch back." I pulled my phone from my pocket, screen lighting up the dim diner. The bruise burned hotter, a dull roar in my side. Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something metallic like blood or rust. The street lamp outside flickered again, then went dark. I felt it then, the weight of eyes on my back, heavy and unyielding. The town was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. I swallowed hard, breath catching in my throat. The bruise wasn't just a mark. It was a signal. A warning. And whatever was coming for us was closer than I thought. Jamie grabbed my arm. "We shouldn't be here." "We have to be," I said, voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "If we don't face it now, we'll never get out." The night stretched before us, dark and endless. The truth was waiting, and I was ready to step into the darkness. The wind had settled by morning, but the bruise on my side throbbed with a dull ache, like a distant drumbeat I couldn't quite ignore. Jamie was already up, moving quietly around the kitchen. She didn't look at me, but I could hear the tightness in her breath, that same tension I felt twisting my ribs. We didn't speak much. Words felt heavy, as if saying them out loud would make the bruise worse or draw unwanted attention. The silence between us was a fragile thing, like thin glass waiting to shatter. I stared out the window, watching the street lamp that had gone dark last night flicker weakly in the dawn. The whole town looked the same, neat lawns, empty sidewalks, the occasional car idling at a stop sign, but it felt wrong. Hollow. Like we were actors in a play no one wanted to finish. "We need to tell someone," Jamie said finally, breaking the quiet. Her voice was low, cautious. "The clinic isn't going to help us, and the police." "Well, you saw how they reacted." I nodded, thinking of Dr. Lang's dismissive smile, the way he waved off the bruise as stress-related. I didn't believe it, not anymore. No one did. The bruise wasn't stress. It was a message. And the silence, the way everyone avoided talking about it, was part of the cover-up. "We can't go back to the clinic," I said. "Not until we figure out what this is. And who's behind it." Jamie looked down at her hands, her fingers twitching. "I checked the cameras last night. The ones near the diner. Someone was there, watching us." "Did you get anything?" I asked, heart tightening. "Nothing clear. Just shadows. But the timing lines up with when you and I left." I swallowed hard. The weight of the bruise burned against my ribs, and I felt that same pressure on my back, like invisible eyes tracking every move. We spent the morning walking the streets, trying to find anything we'd missed. The town was quieter than usual, doors shut tight, faces avoided. Even Mrs. Harlow, who always waved from her porch, pulled the curtains closed when we passed. At the center of town, I stopped by the bulletin board outside the library. A faded flyer fluttered in the breeze, advertising a town meeting scheduled for the following evening. I grabbed it, my fingers trembling. Maybe this was our chance to confront whatever was poisoning us with silence. The bruise ate as I slipped the flyer into my jacket pocket. I felt like a walking wound, a living reminder of the town's sickness. But I wasn't ready to give up. That afternoon, Jamie and I met with a few others who'd been quietly piecing things together. Sarah from the bakery, Mark the mechanic, even old Mr. Jennings, whose eyes were sharp despite his years. We gathered in the back room of the diner, the hum of the refrigerator a constant backdrop. Everyone's scared, Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. But ignoring it won't make it go away. Mark nodded. There's something they're hiding, something bigger than Bruises. Mr. Jennings tapped his cane on the floor. It's been going on for years, this quiet control. The bruise is just the latest sign. I looked around at their faces, lit by the flickering fluorescent light overhead. They were tired. Angry. Broken in ways I hadn't fully grasped. But beneath it all, there was a flicker of something else. Hope. Maybe even defiance. We need to make them listen, I said. At the meeting. We show the bruises, tell our stories. No more hiding. Jamie reached over, squeezing my hand. We'll do it together. The night of the meeting arrived like a slow storm. The old community hall was packed, the air thick with whispers and nervous shuffling. The smell of stale coffee and damp coats filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I felt the bruise burning against my ribs, a silent drum urging me forward. When it was my turn to speak, I stepped to the front, the spotlight harsh and unforgiving. Faces turned toward me, some skeptical, others haunted. I held my shirt up, revealing the swollen, dark mark. This isn't just stress, I said, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. It's a sign. A warning. And we can't ignore it anymore. The room shifted, the tension palpable. Someone coughed nervously. I caught a glimpse of Dr. Lang in the back, his face unreadable. Sarah followed, sharing her own bruises and stories of sleepless nights and whispered threats. Mark talked about the strange visits from officials, the quiet demands to keep quiet. Piece by piece, the truth unfolded, not supernatural, not random. It was control. Manipulation. A silent force pressing down on the town, marking us, watching us, keeping us in line. After the meeting, the hall emptied slowly, the heavy weight of shared fear hanging in the air like smoke. Jamie and I stayed behind, the room echoing with the ghosts of confessions. I don't know what happens now, she said softly. But at least we're not alone. I nodded, feeling the bruise pulse one last time before the pain dulled. The town had been marked, yes. But now, so had its people, marked by truth, by unity. Walking home through the cold streets, the bruise faded beneath my shirt, but the memory remained. Not as a wound, but as a scar. We had survived the silence. And somehow, that felt like the beginning. The wind whispered again, but this time, I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Story 4, Silent Watchers, Unseen Warnings on the Ridge. I shouldn't have been surprised when I saw the man again. The morning air was crisp, the kind of cold that stings your lungs if you breathe too deeply. I'd left camp before sunrise, the sky still a bruised purple, and set off up the narrow ridge trail that zigzagged through the pines and rocky outcrops. The mountain range spread out before me, endless swaths of green and gray fading into hazy blue. I liked this part, the quiet, the sense of being utterly alone with just the snap of twigs underfoot and the distant cry of a hawk. But then I spotted him. He was standing beside a cluster of weathered boulders about half a mile ahead, just off the trail. Someone I hadn't noticed the day before, dressed in a plain dark jacket and worn jeans. His face was obscured by the brim of a cap, but he didn't move, didn't call out, just stood there, watching. His presence felt out of place, like a misplaced chess piece on a board. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light or my imagination. Maybe a hiker who'd started early, or a ranger I hadn't spotted. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. Something deliberate. The mountain air smelled of pine resin and damp earth, with a faint hint of something metallic, almost sour. I wrinkled my nose and kept walking, telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I was just tired. I'd been hiking alone for 3 days now, and the isolation was starting to weigh on me in ways I hadn't expected. I missed the hum of the city, the chatter of people in cafes, the way ordinary life felt safe, even predictable. My pack was heavy on my back, the straps digging into sore shoulders, but I didn't want to stop. I liked to keep moving, to push through the ache, the fatigue. It was what I'd come here for, to clear my head, to find some kind of clarity away from the noise. By late morning, the sun had burned off most of the morning mist, leaving the forest floor dappled with golden light. A chipmunk darted across the path, its tiny feet pattering against the pine needles. I smiled, feeling a flicker of ease. Maybe the day would be normal after all. Then I saw them again. Not just one this time. 3 figures, spaced out along the trail ahead. They didn't speak or wave, just stood silently, each with the same vague but urgent gesture. One raised a hand slightly, fingers splayed like a warning. Another pointed toward the ridge I was aiming for. The third simply stood with his arms crossed, watching. I stopped. My breath caught in my throat. The hair at the back of my neck prickled. The feeling wasn't fear exactly. It was something colder, more insistent. Like a warning whispered from the trees. I called out. "Hey, hello." My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vastness around me. No response. I stepped forward cautiously, trying to get a better look. Their faces were shadowed, indistinct beneath caps and hoods. They looked almost like hikers, but something was off. Their clothes were too plain, too uniform. No backpacks, no gear. Their silence was unnatural. Is this some kind of joke? I muttered. Look, I'm not interested. But they didn't move. Didn't blink. Just watched. The air between us seemed to thicken, and I realized how still it had become. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, no distant river chatter. Only the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I turned and quickened my pace, telling myself to ignore it, to focus on the trail. It was probably park rangers or environmental scientists, I reasoned, maybe here to monitor the area. The government had been quiet about the recent reports of water contamination, but rumors circulated among locals about some kind of spill. Nothing official, though. Nothing public. I'd heard whispers in town before I left, but I'd shrugged them off. Stories to scare tourists away, I thought. Or so I hoped. By midday, the shadows had shifted, and the sun hung high and hot overhead. The forest thinned, revealing jagged cliffs and a jagged ridge that sliced the horizon. The scent of pine faded, replaced by dry, dusty earth and the faint tang of chemicals that wrinkled my nose again. I stopped to rest on a fallen log, peeling off my pack to sip lukewarm water from my bottle. My hands trembled slightly, but I chalked it up to the exertion and the cold sweat that had started to bead on my forehead. That's when I noticed the flyer pinned to the tree beside me, fluttering gently in the breeze. It was old, the edges curled and torn, but the words were clear, warning. Water contamination. Do not drink from streams. No date. No official emblem. Just stark black letters on faded white paper. I pulled it down, folding it carefully into my jacket pocket. Strange. Why hadn't I seen this sooner? Why hadn't the park issued any alerts? The thought nagged at me as I stood and glanced back down the trail. The forest waited, silent and watching. And somewhere, I was sure, those strangers were still there. I was beginning to wonder if they were warning me or something worse. The wind picked up, carrying a faint hiss, like the distant rush of a leaking pipe or escaping gas. I stopped, listening. The sound faded, swallowed by the rustling leaves. I wasn't sure what to make of it. But I knew one thing, This hike was no longer just a break from the city. It was becoming something else entirely. Something I wasn't prepared for. The paper folded in my jacket pocket felt heavier than it should have, like the weight of something I wasn't ready to carry. I didn't want to admit it, but the note changed everything. Before, this hike was just a solitary escape, a way to untangle the noise of the city from my head. Now, it was a puzzle with pieces scattered somewhere between warning and menace. The words water contamination felt like a pulse beneath the bark and stones around me. Something was wrong here, and no one official seemed to care. I knelt by the stream, the one the note warned against. The water looked clear enough, but I remembered how deceptive a surface could be. I cupped my hands and tasted it anyway. Bitter. Metallic. Nothing I'd expect from pure mountain water. My tongue recoiled, and I spat quietly behind a rock. The smell was faint, but unmistakable, like chemicals burned into the earth. That wasn't right. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal so I could check recent news or warnings. Nothing. The screen stubbornly displayed no service. Typical. Still, I snapped a few photos of the stream, the note, and the surrounding area. If I was going to figure this out, I needed evidence. Later, back at my camp, I spread the photos across the makeshift table I cobbled together from logs and stones. I stared at the images, trying to piece together what I'd missed. The note, the water's taste, and that strange hiss, there had to be a connection. But why was no one else talking about it? Surely, the authorities would step in if the water was contaminated. Maybe they already knew and didn't want to admit it. Or worse, they were suppressing the truth. I pulled my jacket tighter around me as the wind picked up again. The forest scent shifted, wet moss, pine resin, and something else, sharp and chemical, like bleach or ammonia. My stomach tightened. I hadn't seen anyone since the note, but I hadn't stopped thinking about those strangers either. Their silent gestures had felt urgent, warning me without words. Were they trying to save me? Or warn me off? As night fell, I heard footsteps crunching softly on dead leaves behind my camp. My breath caught, and I froze. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a low rustle. I risked a glance over my shoulder. No one. Just the trees swaying in the breeze. I told myself it was an animal, a deer, maybe, but my hands trembled as I reached for my flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, revealing nothing but shadows and branches. I tried to calm my racing thoughts. I was alone, but not helpless. The next morning, the forest was slick with dew, and the sun struggled through a thick layer of gray clouds. I packed up quickly, eager to get moving but conflicted about where to go next. The note had shaken me, but I was more curious than afraid. What if I could find more proof? Maybe even someone who knew the truth. I followed the stream upstream, the water growing murkier with every step. The smell grew stronger, too chemical and sour. I stopped at a bend where the bank was scarred, as if heavy machinery had been there recently. Tire tracks pressed into the soft earth, half erased by rain but still visible. I knelt, running my fingers over the mud, feeling the cold seep into my skin. Then, I saw them, more of those strangers, standing just beyond the bend. They didn't move at first, just watched from the tree line. Their clothing was nondescript, hooded jackets and worn jeans, but their faces were obscured by shadows, or maybe by the ankle. I caught a glimpse of a pale hand waving me over, then pointing downstream, urgent and deliberate. I hesitated. My mouth went dry. Why didn't I run? Because I needed answers. Because the note was just the beginning. Because, despite myself, I thought they might be allies. I stepped forward, hands raised slightly, trying to show I meant no harm. The closest figure nodded once, then motioned again, more insistently. I followed, my boots sinking into the mud, senses straining. They led me to a small clearing where a rusted drum lay half buried in the dirt. Nearby, a thin trickle of oily liquid oozed from a cracked pipe embedded in the hillside. The air was thick and sour here, almost suffocating. One of the strangers pulled out a worn notebook, flipping it open to pages filled with scrawled notes and diagrams. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was frantic, urgent. Pollution, the figure said softly, voice hoarse but steady. They're dumping waste. The company. The officials know. They cover it up. I swallowed hard. The thought of a corporation poisoning this wilderness, and the authorities turning a blind eye, made my skin crawl. But it also explained the silence, the secrecy. Why are you here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Another figure stepped forward. To document. To expose. Before it's too late. I glanced back toward the trail, the forest beyond peaceful and unaware. For a moment, I thought about turning around and leaving, retreating to the safety of ignorance. But the taste of that water, the torn warning pinned to the tree, the mysterious strangers, none of it was easy to forget. We have to get this out, I said, more to myself than them. The first figure nodded. But they watch. They don't want this known. Their eyes darkened. You're not safe here. A cold weight settled in my chest. The forest didn't just threaten with nature's indifference. There were others, people, who wanted silence. Who would do what it took to keep this hidden? I looked down at the notebook, then back to the oily stream. The mountain, once a refuge, was a trap. As I stepped back toward the trail, the wind picked up again, carrying a faint, distant hum, metal on metal, machinery running somewhere out of sight. The strangers faded into the trees, their silent warning echoing louder than any shout. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay. But I couldn't leave yet. Not with the storm gathering around me. The night pressed down hard as I stood there, staring at the oily sheen spreading like a bruise across the water's surface. I traced the path back up the slope, the soil soft underfoot, slick with recent rain. The wind was a low murmur now, threading through the branches, carrying a faint metallic groan. That sound hummed in my ears, unrelenting, as if the mountain itself was breathing machinery. I forced myself to keep moving, the cold creeping into my fingers and toes. By the time I reached my makeshift camp, a clearing barely big enough for my tent, darkness had swallowed the sky entirely. Stars blinked faintly, distant and indifferent. I pulled out the notebook under the weak glow of my headlamp. The pages fluttered like dry leaves in a storm as I reread the hurried scrawl, the words smeared where moisture had seeped in. They weren't just warnings. They were evidence. Lines of data, cryptic but consistent, rising levels of toxic runoff, unexplained spikes in wildlife deaths, silent forest die-offs. And the most damning detail, an unmarked facility, deep in the valley below, shielded from satellite images and off any official maps. A place the strangers wanted me to find. Or maybe to warn me against. I tapped the page, trying to steady my shaking hands. How long had this been happening? Months? Years? And why was no one talking? The local news was silent. No protests, no investigations. Just quiet. Too quiet. I kept hearing the first figure's voice in my mind. They watch. They don't want this known. Dark eyes that seemed to bore straight through the night. I pictured those faces again, blank, urgent, pleading, and the way they gestured toward the valley, the place I hadn't dared to look yet. I wasn't safe here. The words settled like ice in my chest. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle in the trees sent my heart sprinting. Every distant howl, every whistle of the wind was a reminder that I was alone, except I wasn't. Watching eyes, hidden watchers, waiting. I thought about leaving. Turning back down the mountain trail, retreating to ignorance and safety. But the taste of that water, strange and bitter on my tongue, the torn warning pinned to the tree, the silent strangers, they all screamed the same message. If I walked away, I'd be complicit in silence. Morning came with a gray sky and a cold drizzle that soaked through my jacket. I packed quickly, the notebook pressed close, and headed down the ridge toward the valley. The air smelled sour, like rust and chemicals mixed with wet pine. My boots squelched in the mud, leaving uneven prints. Halfway down, I spotted movement ahead, a flash of dull orange, the glint of a reflective vest. Heart hammering, I crouched behind a fallen log and peered forward. 2 men in workwear, faces obscured by caps and scarves, were unloading barrels from a battered truck. The smell hit me immediately, acrid, metallic, and wrong. I swallowed hard. This was no ordinary logging crew. One of the men glanced up sharply, his gaze cutting the air like an item. I ducked lower, breath shallow. Then a third figure appeared from the shadows, a woman this time, mid-30s, her eyes sharp and tired. She spoke quietly, urgently, to the men. I couldn't hear the words, but the gestures were clear. Keep the barrels moving, don't let anyone get close, and above all, stay silent. My mind raced. These weren't just strangers warning me anymore. They were part of a network, workers, enforcers, maybe even whistleblowers themselves. But they were trapped, bound by fear or loyalty or something darker. I had stumbled into a web much bigger than I imagined. I backed away slowly, careful not to snap a twig. The rain thickened, blurring my vision. When I finally broke cover, the valley opened beneath me, an expanse of scarred earth, twisted trees, and the faint, relentless hum of machines somewhere deep inside. I realized with a sinking certainty that the path back was closing fast. The longer I stayed, the more I became part of the story. There was no easy way out. That night, in the cramped shelter I found near an abandoned ranger station, I flicked through the notebook again. A folded map slipped out, worn at the edges, marked with strange symbols and coordinates. One spot was circled in red, the facility below the valley. I couldn't ignore it. Not now. I thought about the stranger's warning, you're not safe here. But I was already past the point of no return. The mountain had me in its grip. And whatever was buried beneath the valley was waiting. Watching. The rain drummed steadily on the tin roof. Outside, the hum grew louder. I had to find that place. I had to know what they were hiding. Even if it meant losing everything. Because some truths don't stay buried. And some warnings come too late. I grabbed my coat and stepped into the cold night, the mud sucking at my boots as I made my way down the narrow trail. The hum pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, guiding me deeper into the shadows. Trees whispered secrets in the wind, their branches clawing at the dark. Ahead, faint lights flickered, signals or traps, I couldn't tell. But turning back wasn't an option anymore. The air grew thicker, charged with tension, as I approached the source. Fingers trembling, I reached for the rusted gate, then it creaked open. The gate groaned on its hinges, the sound sharp against the steady hum that seemed to pulse from the earth itself. I pushed the gate wider and slipped through. The ground beneath was churned to soggy mud, sucking at my boots like the mountain was trying to claim me for itself. The faint flicker of those lights danced ahead, shifting, never steady enough to be reassuring, never bright enough to offer comfort. I clenched my jaw, reminding myself why I was here. To find out what those strangers knew. To understand the warning tattooed on their faces. You're not safe here. The words echoed, bouncing off unseen walls in my mind. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to move forward. Up close, the place was worse than I imagined. A cluster of old industrial buildings, half-collapsed roofs sagging under years of neglect. Windows shattered, jagged glass catching the light like teeth. I stepped carefully, boots sliding on slick metal sheets and scattered debris. The hum was louder now, vibrating through the soles of my feet, through the air, thick and oppressive. I reached the main building, its entrance yawning open like a dark wound. Inside, the smell hit me full force, chemicals, rust, and something sickly sweet. My throat tightened, and I blinked away the sting in my eyes. The floor was littered with yellowed papers and broken equipment, remnants of a forgotten project or an abandoned nightmare. A flicker of movement caught my eye. I spun toward the shadow, heart lurching. A figure stood in the corner, barely visible, head bowed but shoulders tense. The stranger raised a hand, fingers trembling, then pointed deeper into the building. No words. No sound. Just that urgent gesture, a silent command to follow. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to run. But curiosity, stubborn and sharp, pushed me onward. The floor creaked beneath my weight, each step a scrape of metal on concrete. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I could hear the hum more clearly now, a low, mechanical drone that seemed to echo from beneath the ground. My skin prickled, the hairs on my arms stood on end. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No reply. Only the faint shuffling of footsteps ahead. I followed, heart hammering. The stranger led me down a narrow corridor, all smeared with peeling paint and streaks of rust. Flickering fluorescent lights cast an unreliable glow, the bulbs buzzing like insects trapped behind glass. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see more of those silent watchers materialize from the shadows. We reached a heavy metal door, its surface pocked with corrosion. The stranger pushed it open with surprising ease, revealing a stairwell spiraling downward into darkness. I swallowed again, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. The cold seeped in from below, wrapping around me like a shroud. I hesitated at the top, the stranger's eyes dark, unreadable, waiting for me to decide. Why was I still following this person? The rational part of me screamed to turn back, to climb out and forget what I'd seen so far. But something else held me there. A need to know. To confront whatever lay beneath. Step by step, I descended. The hum grew louder, vibrating against my ribs. The air thickened, sticky and sour, like the basement of an old chemical plant left to rot. My flashlight beam caught walls slick with condensation, dripping water onto the cracked concrete floor. Halfway down, I stopped. A faint glow pulsed ahead, orange and flickering, like a dying ember. The stranger motioned again, this time to be silent. I crouched, heart pounding, listening. A low murmur, voices too soft to understand, but urgent. Fear and frustration tangled in their tone. The stranger glanced back, eyes dark and sharp. "They know," I imagined they said without words. "They won't listen." The voices grew clearer as I crept closer. I spotted a group of people huddled around a battered table, papers spread out like battle plans. Their faces were drawn tight with exhaustion and dread. One man rubbed his eyes, voice hoarse but determined. "We can't keep hiding this," he said. "The spill's worse than anyone admits. The water's contaminated, the soil poisoned. But the reports are buried. The authorities are complicit." A woman, her hand shaking, added, "If this gets out, it'll be a scandal. They'll lose everything." I swallowed hard, the weight of their confession settling on me like a stone. This wasn't just a secret. It was a slow-moving disaster, a hidden poison eating away at the mountain and its people. The stranger nudged me forward. No time for hesitation. I stepped into the dim light, voice cracking. I know. All heads turned. Surprise. Fear. Recognition. You shouldn't be here, the woman said, voice low, almost pleading. They watch. They silence. Who? I asked, voice barely steady. The man exchanged a glance with the stranger, then sighed. Corporations. Officials. They don't want this exposed. Not here. Not now. A sudden noise, a scraping sound from the stairwell behind me, made us all freeze. The stranger's eyes narrowed, body tensing. I turned slowly, breath caught in my throat. A shadow moved at the top of the stairs. No light. Just the shape of someone watching. We don't have much time, the man said abruptly. If they find you here. Find me where? I interrupted, panic rising like bile. The woman stepped closer, voice urgent. Down here. Under the mountain. This is their dumping ground. Toxic waste, chemical runoff. The source of the you heard. It's poisoning everything. And they're covering it up. My stomach twisted. The wasn't some natural sound. It was the heartbeat of a poisoned land, a slow pulse of death. We need proof, the man said, glancing at me. Someone outside this valley. Someone who can get the truth out. I swallowed, the enormity of it pressing down. I'll do it. I have to. The stranger nodded once, then motioned toward a side door, half hidden in shadow. There's more. Samples. Evidence. But it's risky. Security patrols. Cameras. I swallowed again, hands trembling. I don't care. I have to see it. The woman hesitated, then pulled open the door. Inside, a small room cluttered with jars, test tubes, and faded maps. I bent down, picking up a jar filled with murky water. It smelled like chemicals and rot. I gagged, but kept my eyes on the labels, dates, measurements, warnings scrawled in shaky handwriting. This is what they're hiding, she said softly. They want to bury it all, just like the mountain's secrets. The air was colder than I expected that morning, sharp enough to bite through the thin shirt I'd thrown on. I'd slept fitfully beneath the scraggly pines, haunted by the silent figures who'd been trailing me for days. Their presence was no longer a curiosity, it was a warning. I knew that much now. The mountain was not just a backdrop for a solo hike, it was a stage for something darker, something the authorities refused to see or admit. I packed up silently, the zipper of my tent sounding too loud in the quiet woods. My fingers trembled not from the cold, but from a thick coil of dread tightening in my chest. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see one of those figures stepping out of the shadows again. They never did, of course. But their absence felt heavier than their presence. I hadn't told anyone where I was going, a habit born of stubborn independence and, honestly, a bit of shame. It was supposed to be a simple trip, just me, the mountains, and a chance to clear my head. Instead, I'd stumbled into something I didn't understand, and the more I tried to make sense of it, the more the edges of reality seemed to fray. The trail was slick with frost, crunchy underfoot, and the scent of damp earth mixed with pine resin filled my nostrils. The silence was broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the distant, hollow call of a crow. At one point, I stopped to catch my breath and noticed a faint metallic tang on the breeze. It wasn't sharp or overwhelming, but it was there, like rust and oil mingled with something chemical, unnatural. I thought of the old radio I'd found 2 days earlier near the abandoned ranger station. It had buzzed with static, but beneath that, There was a faint crackle, an urgent message I couldn't quite decode. The station had been deserted for years, but the equipment looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. The whole place smelled of mildew and something else, something burned. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just tired. Or paranoid. A movement to my left made me freeze. There, standing at the edge of the trees, was one of them, the pale-faced strangers who had become a grim fixture on my journey. Their eyes were fixed on me, unreadable. They raised a hand, not in greeting, but in a silent plea. A gesture I had come to understand as a desperate warning. "Why won't you speak?" I whispered, stepping closer. "What are you trying to tell me?" No answer, just that same desperate gesture toward the valley below. I followed their gaze and saw then a faint, unnatural haze clinging to the lowest slopes, a shimmering distortion in the air. It looked like heat, but the temperature was below freezing. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. The screen was stubbornly blank except for the battery icon, mocking me with its dwindling charge. "What's happening down there?" I asked, voice barely audible. "Is it contamination? Pollution? Something leaked?" The figure's lips moved, but no sound came. Instead, they pulled a folded piece of paper from their jacket pocket and pressed it into my hand before melting back into the trees. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was hurried, jagged. "Do not trust the signs. They will deny it. The water is poisoned. The soil is dead. The mountain is dying. Leave before it's too late." My stomach twisted. I wanted to believe it was some kind of twisted prank, but the evidence stacked against disbelief was overwhelming. The strange haze. The silence from official channels. The consistent, haunting appearances of these strangers. I slid the note into my jacket and started down the path leading toward the valley. Every step felt heavier, the weight of the warning pressing down on me. I could taste the bitterness of fear lingering on my tongue. Halfway down, I heard voices, men and women, distant but clear. They weren't shouting, but there was urgency in their tone. I crouched behind a fallen log, heart hammering. The figures appeared again, this time gathered near a cluster of rusted barrels half buried in the dirt. I recognized the symbols on the barrels, hazardous waste. One of the strangers pointed at the barrels, then at a nearby stream that trickled weakly through the rocks. The water was discolored, a sickly yellow-green. I touched it with a trembling finger. It was oily, foul. They looked at me again, eyes pleading. "You have to leave," one mouthed silently. I nodded. "I will. I promise." But as I turned to make my way back, a sudden noise, a truck engine, low and grinding, snapped me to attention. Somewhere not far away, men were coming. I didn't see their faces, but I recognized the type, government contractors, or maybe private security hired to keep the truth hidden. Panic surged. I ducked into thick brush, heart slamming against my ribs, breath shallow and ragged. The figures vanished, as if swallowed by the forest itself. I listened to the crunch of boots on gravel, the muted commands barked in clipped tones. They were close. I stayed perfectly still until the sound faded. The forest was still again, but the weight of unseen eyes lingered. I knew then that leaving was not just an option, it was a necessity. The hike back was grueling. The trail seemed longer, steeper, each step a reminder of the danger lurking beneath this beautiful, broken landscape. My thoughts were a jumble of fear, guilt, and resolve. I thought about the people who'd come before me, those strangers who risked everything to warn a lone hiker. I thought about the silence from official channels, the lies spun to protect profits or reputations. At the trailhead, I paused. The parking lot was empty except for my old, dusty car. I slid into the driver's seat, hands shaking as I started the engine. The heater sputtered to life, blowing warm air against my cold skin. I pulled out the crumpled note, staring at the jagged handwriting as tears blurred my vision. I wanted to scream at the mountain, the strangers, the faceless powers that buried the truth. Instead, I breathed deeply, tasting the metallic tang of fear and the faint promise of hope. I had a story now. A warning to share. And maybe, just maybe, a chance to make sure the mountain secret didn't die with me. Driving away, the peaks receded into the mist. Behind me, the haze lingered, a silent threat against the brightening sky. But I was leaving. And that made all the difference. Story 5, Mountain Trail Deception, Unseen Knowledge Revealed. I never thought a mountain trail could feel like a trap. We started early, 3 of us. Me, Elena, and Marcus. The plan was simple, a week-long trek through the Cascades, far enough from roads that the silence would swallow us whole. I'd wanted this break for months, no emails, no calls, no one. Just me and the mountains. But it didn't take long before the quiet began to feel too still. Like a room where everyone's holding their breath. Elena was the first to notice. "You okay?" she asked, adjusting her pack as we paused near a rocky outcrop. Her voice was light, but her eyes were sharp, scanning me like she was looking for something I hadn't told her. I shrugged. Just a bit winded. Altitude's messing with me. I tried to smile, but it felt tight, like I was forcing air into my chest. The truth was, it wasn't the altitude. Something else was pinching at my nerves. Marcus was quieter, trailing behind us with his camera slung over one shoulder. He usually said little, preferring to capture the trip through lenses rather than conversation. But that morning, he lingered close enough to catch every detail, the way I stretched my neck, how my hands gripped the pole with a little too much force. We settled into a rhythm, feet crunching over dry leaves and loose stones. The sun filtered through the canopy in uneven patches, dappling the ground with gold. At one point, I caught a whiff of something odd, a faint, metallic scent that didn't belong to the forest. I told myself it was nothing. Probably just the backpack's frame rubbing against a metal buckle. Still, it put me on edge. Later, as we crossed a narrow ridge, Elena said something that stopped me cold. "You know, I read somewhere that you used to live in Ashford, right?" Her tone was casual, but there was an edge to it. "The old neighborhood, near the river?" I blinked, caught off guard. "Yeah, but how?" Marcus cut in before I could answer. "That's where you grew up, isn't it?" "I remember you telling me once." I frowned. "I don't think I ever said that to you." My voice was quieter now, a knot tightening in my stomach. "I don't think I mentioned Ashford to either of you." They exchanged a glance I didn't like. Elena shrugged, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Maybe it came up in conversation. Or maybe I just know you better than you think." The words hung between us, heavier than the early morning fog that still clung to the trees. I wanted to laugh it off, but instead, I swallowed the lump in my throat and kept moving. As the day wore on, I noticed more little things. Details about me that they shouldn't have known. Elena casually referencing my favorite childhood book, one I hadn't brought on this trip and hadn't mentioned in years. Marcus talking about the time I got lost during a solo hike, describing the exact moment I panicked and the way my hands trembled as I found my way back. I was sure I'd never told them. Not in any conversation. Not in passing. Not even in a text message. The forest was dimming as afternoon shadows stretched long across the trail. We stopped again near a small creek, the water clear and cold enough that I could see the smooth stones beneath the surface. I knelt down, cupping the icy flow in my hands, watching it drip between my fingers. The chill was sharp, real. a reminder that this place was wild and indifferent. Elena crouched beside me, her gaze fixed somewhere just beyond the water. "You don't mind if I ask," she said slowly, "why you never told us about your sister?" The question hit me sideways. My sister. Someone I hadn't spoken about in years. The one who disappeared when I was 16. The one who left a hole in my memory that I mostly tried to ignore. "I thought you knew," I said, voice lower than I intended. "It's complicated." Marcus looked up from fiddling with his camera settings. "You never mentioned her." "Not once." I swallowed hard. The cold creek water numbed my fingers, but it couldn't freeze the sudden heat rising in my face. "It's not something I talk about." Elena nodded, but I could tell she wasn't about to let it go. "We're not just hiking buddies, you know. We're here for you. Or at least, I thought we were." I forced a laugh that didn't reach my eyes. "I'm starting to think I don't even know you too." There was a silence then. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that presses heavy on your chest and makes you question everything. Birds stopped their songs. The wind held its breath. Even the creek seemed to hush. I glanced at Marcus. His face was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes, a flicker of calculation or maybe amusement, that unsettled me more than the questions. "Why don't you tell us everything?" Elena said softly. "We've been watching, you know." Watching. The word echoed in my head, slow and deliberate. Watching. Not just here, on the trail, but long before this trip. Years. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. The forest suddenly felt too small. Too close. Like the trees were leaning in, listening. I wanted to stand up and run, but my legs wouldn't move. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. Instead, I looked at them, those smiles, those knowing looks, and realized this wasn't a hike. It was a trap woven over years, step by calculated step. And I had just walked right into it. The forest around us had gone silent. I forced my gaze away from Marcus and Elena, tried to focus on anything else. The rough bark beneath my fingers, the faint scent of pine needles damp with last night's rain, the distant call of a crow breaking the quiet. But their faces, those two perfect smiles, flickered in my vision like a bad dream I couldn't shake. The way Marcus's eyes glinted, half amusement, half calculation, made my skin crawl. Am I imagining that? No, it was real. Too real. I swallowed hard, the dry scrape in my throat making me wince. "What do you mean, watching? How? Why?" Elena shrugged, that calm, measured shrug that somehow felt like a threat. "Let's just say your past isn't as private as you think. We've known things only you should have known. Things only you told one person. And yet, here we are." I blinked. "That's impossible. I've never told either of you anything personal. I don't even know your real names." Marcus laughed softly, a sound without humor. "You really think this is a coincidence? That we just happened to pick this trail, this time, with you? No! We planned every step. Every word. Every moment. I wanted to stand up, to back away, to run. But my legs were leaden, stuck in place by something I couldn't name. The forest felt too tight, the trees leaning closer, eavesdropping on my panic. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I could taste the sharp tang of fear, metallic and bitter. "Why?" I whispered, voice barely more than a breath. Elena's smile didn't waver. "Because you left something behind. Something we want back." I shook my head, frustration bubbling like hot steam. "I don't understand." What are you talking about? Marcus stepped closer, his shadow stretching over my boots. You will. Soon enough. I looked to the sky. The sun was dipping behind the jagged peaks, the last light bleeding out like a wound. Shadows pulled beneath the trees, thickening like ink. The air had turned colder, sharper. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a faint chill that pricked at my skin. We need to move, Elena said abruptly. There's a clearing a mile ahead. We'll camp there. We can talk more, then. I nodded, though the knot in my stomach tightened. Moving meant following them deeper into whatever trap this was. Standing still meant facing the unknown, alone. The trail was narrow and uneven, strewn with roots and slick stones. My boots slipped once, and I cursed under my breath, a sharp, quick sound that seemed loud in the growing darkness. Behind me, the crunch of leaves told me Marcus was watching every falter. Elena was silent, like a shadow slipping silently between trees. My mind raced. How long had they been watching? Years. They knew about the one person I trusted with everything, the person I'd lost. And now, they were here, lurking in these remote mountains, turning my life into a carefully crafted nightmare. I tried to catch their eyes, searching for any hint of mercy or reason. There was none. Only cold amusement and something else, pleasure, perhaps. Or the satisfaction of power. As we walked, I noticed small things. A smooth stone placed oddly on the path, as if marking a boundary. A broken twig snapped just behind me, though no one moved. The scent of something faint, cigarette smoke, lingering in the air, though none of us smoked. These weren't accidents. They were signs. At one point, I stopped to rest against a tree, the rough bark pressing into my back like a reminder I was trapped. My hands trembled despite my efforts to steady them. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting, studying. Why me? I asked quietly, almost to myself. Elena crouched beside me, voice low. Because you remember. Because you took something from us. And we want it back. Her words hit harder than any blow. Memories I'd buried deep rose up like ghosts, names, places, moments I thought no one else knew. How had they found out? Who had betrayed me? I glanced at Marcus. He looked almost bored, like this was a game he'd played too many times before. You think you can scare me? He smiled, slow and deliberate. Not scare. Control. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine resin. Leaves rustled, whispering secrets I couldn't decode. The darkness crept closer, swallowing the edges of the trail. I wanted to believe I could outsmart them, that I could find a way out. But the truth settled like a stone in my gut. I was already in too deep. Night fell fully as we reached the clearing, a wide circle surrounded by ancient trees whose branches tangled like fingers overhead. Moonlight filtered through in pale shafts, dust motes hovering like tiny spirits. Elena and Marcus set their packs down with deliberate ease, as if they belonged here, as if this was their domain. I sat on a fallen log, the rough wood biting through my jeans. My throat was dry, my hands still shaking. I tried to piece together what I knew and what I didn't. They had been watching me for years. They knew my secrets. They were patient, methodical, and terrifyingly calm. And now, they wanted something from me. Something I couldn't remember giving. Tell us about the night you left the city, Marcus said suddenly, breaking the silence. I froze. That night. The one I'd buried beneath layers of denial and silence. How could they know? Elena's eyes gleamed. Start talking, or this trip gets a lot longer. I swallowed. The cold air tasted like metal. My mind spun with questions, but one thing was clear. The mountain wasn't just a backdrop. It was a trap. And I was the prey. The wind carried a distant howl, maybe a coyote, maybe something else. My pulse quickened. I wasn't sure if it was the mountain or them that was more dangerous. But I knew one thing for certain. This was far from over. The wind had dropped, but the cold didn't. It wrapped around me like a wet blanket, seeping through my jacket and crawling under my skin. I stayed seated on the log, muscles stiff, eyes fixed on the dark line of trees beyond the clearing. Marcus and Elena stood a few feet away, their faces shadowed, unreadable. The moon, thin and pale, barely lit the ground. Night in these mountains was a different kind of quiet, no city hum, no traffic, just silence so dense it pressed against your ears. "Tell us about the night you left the city," Marcus repeated, his voice low but steady. Like a dam holding back a flood. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and dust filling my mouth. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say I didn't remember, or that it was none of their business. But the truth spilled out before I could stop it. I spoke of the night I packed a single bag, keys cold in my palm, the crushing feeling of being watched even then. How I'd left behind a life that wasn't mine anymore, no goodbyes, no explanations. Just a desperate escape. Elena's smile was thin and sharp. "Funny," she said, "you always act like it was random. Like you just woke up and decided to run. But we know better." I blinked. That wasn't possible. Not without telling them. Not unless. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, the words catching in my throat. "How do you know all this?" Marcus glanced at her, then back at me. "Because we've been there. Watching. Waiting. Making sure you didn't get too far." The cold dug deeper. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. The mountain felt suddenly smaller, like the trees were leaning in, eavesdropping. I realized then that every step on this trail, every campsite, every pause, it wasn't chance. It was planned. Carefully. Calculated. A path designed just for me. A dry twig snapped behind us. My head jerked around, breath catching. No one. Just the wind. But the sound was a reminder. We weren't alone. Not really. I looked down at the ground. The dirt was packed hard, but faint footprints circled our camp, too many to count, too precise to ignore. Someone else had been here before us. Had been watching us. Elena crouched beside me, her eyes glinting in the moonlight. "You think this is a trip? A holiday? It's a test. A countdown. And you're running out of time." Her words hung between us like smoke. I wanted to ask what time. What countdown? But I was afraid of the answer. "Why? What do you want from me?" My voice cracked. Marcus leaned closer, voice almost gentle. "Closure. Truth. Something you buried when you left. You can't outrun it forever." I shivered. Not from cold. From something deeper, colder. The weight of years spent hiding, unraveling. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying a faint, sharp scent, smoke, or maybe burnt pine. The air grew heavier. I thought of the ridge we crossed earlier, how distant it looked now, impossibly far. The path back was gone. Was it ever really there? I glanced at my companions. Neither moved toward the fire pit, where embers still smoldered faintly. No one said a word about our dwindling supplies or the maps we'd lost somewhere between yesterday and now. Like it didn't matter. Like the mountain had swallowed our options, and they were fine with it. I tried to stand, but my legs wobbled beneath me. The old ache in my ankle flared, reminding me I wasn't as strong as I hoped. They noticed. Elena's smirk deepened. "You're not as in control as you think," she said softly. "Not out here." I clenched my jaw. The urge to run, really run, was nearly unbearable. But run where? The dense forest stretched endlessly, and the nearest town was hours away by car, even if I made it to the road. That road was a maze of curves and cliffs I barely trusted in daylight, let alone now. Marcus shifted, pulling out a small, folded piece of paper from his jacket. "Look at this." I took it reluctantly, unfolding the creased sheet. It was a photograph of me, younger, at a crowded family barbecue. But in the background, a figure stood apart, watching. Someone I didn't recognize. "Who's that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Someone who's been close all along," Marcus said. "Someone you never saw." My stomach twisted. I scanned the photo again. The figure's face was obscured, but the posture, the way they held themselves, it was deliberate. Calculated. Elena crouched next to me, voice low. "They're part of this. Part of why you're here." I folded the photo carefully, feeling the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me from years past. The realization settled in like a stone in my gut. This wasn't just about the mountain, or the trip, or even just me. It was about something I'd run from, something that had followed me here, cloaked in shadows and patience. The wind picked up again, rattling the dry leaves. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and sudden. The sound echoed off the ridges, then faded into silence. "I'm done talking," I said, voice firmer now. "If this is a game, I don't want to play." Marcus smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You don't get to decide." Elena stood, brushing dirt from her pants. "You're past the point of no return. This mountain, this trip, it's not just a trap. It's a sentence. And the verdict's already been made." I stared at the dark trail winding deeper into the forest, the path that led nowhere but forward. Behind me, the flickering shadows of my companions seemed to stretch longer with the night. I wanted to believe I could turn back. I wanted to believe any of this could be undone. But the mountain had other plans. And so did they. I rose slowly, the cold biting through my clothes, into my bones. Every instinct screamed to run. But I stayed. Because whatever was waiting for me beyond those trees wasn't just a threat. It was the past coming for me, finally catching up. The thought chilled me to the bone. I took a shaky breath and stepped forward. The darkness swallowed me whole. The trees pressed in tighter, their branches clawing at the dark. Behind me, the flickering shadows of Marcus and Elena loomed like ghosts, their faces unreadable in the weak glow of the dying flashlight. I wanted to glance back, to beg for reprieve, but my eyes stayed fixed on the narrow trail ahead, the one that led deeper into this godforsaken forest and whatever trap they'd set for me. "You think this is the end?" Elena's voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried weight. "You don't get to question the verdict." I swallowed hard, the cold settling in my stomach like a stone. "What verdict?" I asked, voice cracking, though I didn't expect a clear answer. Marcus stepped forward, the crunch of his boots on dry leaves loud and deliberate. "The one you handed yourself years ago. You just never knew it until now." I blinked. "I don't understand." "Of course you don't," Elena said. Her eyes glittered in the dark. "We've been watching you. All of you. Every misstep, every lie. Every secret you thought was buried. I wanted to deny it. To claim I was imagining things, or that they were some kind of deranged stalkers who pieced together scraps of my life from public records or social media. But the way they spoke, like they had every detail memorized, made my skin crawl. Marcus smiled again, that same thin, cold smile. Remember the accident? The one you told no one about? My throat tightened. The memory stabbed at me like a fresh wound. The crash, the silence in the hospital room, the guilt I buried deep. How do you know about that? I whispered, voice barely audible. Elena's smile was sharper, crueler. Because we were there. Not in the hospital, but close enough. Watching. Waiting. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bonus of the night. The cold wrapped around my fingers, numbing them, making me want to pull them inside my sleeves. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I didn't move. Why? I asked, the single word barely recognizable even to myself. Marcus shrugged. Because you're not who you think you are. Because you've been running from something far bigger than guilt or regret. Elena took a step closer, and the smell of her perfume, something sharp, floral, almost sickly sweet, hit me full force. You see, this mountain isn't just a trap. It's a crucible. And tonight, you're going to burn. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I blinked again, trying to clear the growing fog in my mind. Was this some kind of sick game? Or had they really been stalking me for years? The more I thought, the less certain I became of anything. Then the ground beneath us shifted, a subtle but unmistakable tremor. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Marcus's voice cut through the silence. We're not alone here. A rustle in the brush, sharp and sudden, made me jump. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists to stop them from shaking. The cold bit deeper, gnawing at my spine like a living thing. Elena's gaze flicked to the side. It's starting. Starting what? I asked, voice rising despite myself. The answer came not in words but in the sudden snap of a branch somewhere behind us, followed by a low, guttural sound that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. A warning? A threat? I couldn't tell. My skin prickled, every hair on my arm standing on end. We should keep moving, Marcus said, his tone urgent now. I wanted to protest, to demand answers, but the urgency in his voice silenced me. We plunged forward, deeper into the forest, the narrow trail twisting and turning beneath the ancient trees. The air grew colder still, carrying a metallic tang that made my mouth dry. Every step was a test. My legs ached, the rough bark scraping my palms as I steadied myself on a fallen log. The woods around us felt alive, watching. Waiting. Why me? I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. Elena glanced at me, eyes gleaming with something I couldn't name. Because you were the key. And now the mountain wants its due. The phrase echoed in my mind, meaningless yet ominous. What did the mountain want? Justice? Revenge? Something else? The path opened suddenly into a small clearing. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting silver shadows on the uneven ground. I stopped, gasping for air, the chill pressing against my skin like a shroud. Marcus and Elena exchanged a glance, then she stepped forward, crouching beside a moss-covered rock. Look, she said softly. I shuffled closer, peering down. Carved into the stone was a crude symbol, half eroded, but unmistakable. A circle broken by a jagged line, something I'd seen before in nightmares I didn't know I'd had. Is this some kind of mark? I asked, heart hammering. Marcus nodded. A warning. To others like you. I swallowed, the taste of bile rising in my throat. The forest seemed to close in, breathing down my neck. Suddenly, a distant sound shattered the stillness. A voice. A woman's voice, faint but clear. Help. Instinct pushed me forward, despite every warning screaming in my head. The voice wasn't far. It was close enough to be real. Did you hear that? I asked, turning to them. Elena's expression hardened. Ignore it. It's a lure. A trap, Marcus added. But the voice came again, desperate and trembling. Please. Someone. I hesitated, torn. Part of me wanted to run toward that cry, to find whoever was out there. Another part told me to stay put, to trust what I'd learned tonight. Why would they do this? I asked quietly. Set traps like this? Watch me. Know all this about me? Elena's smile was thin, almost sad. Because what you did couldn't stay hidden forever. Because some debts are paid in fear. My hands clenched at my sides. Fear wasn't enough anymore. I wanted answers. I needed to know the truth, why they'd been watching, what they wanted, and how this night would end. The voice came again, closer now. The sound of branches snapping, quick footsteps. Who's there? I called out, voice hoarse. Silence. Then a figure emerged from the shadows. Not who I expected. Not who I wanted to see. But someone who changed everything. Why are you here? I demanded, heart in my throat. They looked at me, eyes unreadable, and whispered, because it's time you faced what you tried to bury. The forest seemed to tighten around us, the darkness no longer just absence of light but something heavier, something waiting. I knew then that there was no turning back. Not tonight. Not ever. And whatever came next would strip away every lie, every secret I'd ever held. I took a shaky breath, ready or not. The mountain was watching. And it was hungry. The forest held its breath. Because it's time you faced what you tried to bury, they'd said. Those words circled in my mind, heavy and sharp. What did I bury? What had I forgotten? The mountain behind me, black and looming, felt less like a place and more like a weight pressing down on my chest. Who are you? I asked, voice brittle. They didn't answer directly at first. Instead, the figure took a step forward, the faint rustle of dry leaves beneath their boots like a soft warning. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine needles filled the air, and I caught the faintest metallic hint, like old rust or dried blood, but I couldn't place it exactly. My skin prickled. You don't remember, they said. Not yet. I wanted to push back, to demand more. But the words stuck in my throat. I blinked, trying to keep the panic from rising. I needed clarity, something solid. Instead, the night seemed to twist around me, every sound sharper, every shadow deeper. The figure's voice softened. You think this is about the mountain, about the trip. It's not. It's about you. Me. All of us. Confusion tangled with exhaustion. I took a step back, almost tripping over a gnarled root. The cold dampness of the ground seeped through my worn boots. The air was thick now, almost suffocating. I don't understand, I said. Why all this? Why watch me? Why now? They hesitated, then pulled something from their jacket, a small, folded piece of paper. The edges were frayed, the ink smudged. With a shaky hand, I took it. My name was scrawled across it, followed by a date and a place I hadn't thought about in years. The handwriting was familiar, impossibly so, but I couldn't place it. You've been running, the figure said quietly. From yourself, from what happened. From us. The night's silence deepened. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. The cold bit at my fingers as I unfolded the paper again, tracing the letters with trembling fingertips. Memories, dark shards, rushed back. Faces I tried to forget. Mistakes I'd bury beneath layers of excuses. And the people I thought were strangers, now standing right in front of me, knowing all of it. You followed me, I whispered, disbelief burning in my throat. They nodded. We needed you to remember. To stop running. I wanted to ask why. I wanted answers that wouldn't come. Instead, I just stood there, the weight of years pressing down like the mountain itself. The figure stepped closer, eyes searching mine. You're not alone in this. You never were. That simple truth hit me harder than I expected. For so long, I believed isolation was my shield, my safety. But now, the loneliness felt like a trap, a prison I built brick by brick. We stayed like that, two figures swallowed by the night, the forest watching in silence. Breath mingled with the cold air, shallow and quick. Then, with a sudden rustle, the figure turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving me with the folded paper and 1,000 questions. I didn't move for a long time. The night had thinned, the first hints of dawn brushing the horizon with a pale, uncertain light. The air smelled fresher now, sharper, as if the world were waking from a long, uneasy dream. I folded the paper carefully, slipping it into my jacket pocket. My legs ached from the cold and the tension, but I forced myself to stand. The mountain was still there, silent and immense, but something had shifted inside me. The path ahead wasn't clear. There were no easy answers waiting in the morning light. But I knew one thing, I couldn't run anymore. Not from the past, not from the people who had watched, and certainly not from myself. I walked back toward camp, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound. The others were gone, vanished as if swallowed by the night. No traces left but the faint smell of smoke and pine. Alone, I sat by the dying embers of the fire, the cold creeping back into my bones. I pulled out the paper again, looking at the handwriting, the date, the place. I tasted the bitter tang of regret on my tongue. Maybe I wasn't ready to face everything. Maybe I never would be. But for the first time in years, I felt the fragile stirrings of something like hope. Because some debts are paid in fear, yes. But some are paid in truth. The mountain was still watching. But now, I was watching back. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying with it memories I had long tried to bury. I folded the paper carefully, tucking it into the inside pocket of my coat as if sealing away a secret too fragile for the world to see. Tomorrow, I would follow the trail marked on that faded map, tracing the steps I had once fled from. The path ahead was uncertain, tangled with shadows of the past, but beneath it all burned a quiet resolve. Night deepened, and the stars emerged, cold and distant yet unwavering. I traced constellations once taught to me in childhood, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, there are points of light to guide us home. The mountain remained silent, its ancient presence both daunting and oddly comforting. Whatever awaited me at its peak, I understood now that running was no longer an option. The truth was a mountain I had to climb, and I would meet it head-on, step by grueling step. Story 6, Timeless Pump, Haunted Gas Station Anomaly. The old gas station was just off the highway, tucked behind a scraggly line of pines that never looked quite alive. I pulled in just before dusk, the sky bruised with streaks of purple and orange. The air smelled of damp asphalt and pine needles, a dry, scratchy scent that stuck in the back of my throat. I shut off the engine, and the silence was immediate, thick enough to press against my ears. No hum from the highway, no distant engines, just the slow scrape of a breeze through dead leaves. The station's windows were grimy, blurred with dust and something like neglect. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered unevenly, casting a jaundiced glow that made the plastic of the chairs in the waiting area look brittle. I stepped inside, the bell above the door giving a sharp, tinny jingle. The floor creaked beneath my boots as I crossed the threshold. Behind the counter was an old man, or at least I assumed he was old. His hair was thin and gray, combed back in a way that made him look perpetually surprised. He didn't look up when I entered, just kept peeling an orange with slow, deliberate movements, the smell sharp and citrusy in the cramped space. The peeling sound was strangely loud in the quiet. "Evenin'," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. He glanced up, eyes settling on me before flicking back to the orange. "Need a fill-up?" "Yeah. Regular, please." He nodded, still peeling, then pointed toward the pumps. I took my time walking out, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath each step. Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying with it a faint rustling that sounded almost like whispers. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling that something was off. The pumps looked frozen in time. One of the clocks embedded in the station's wall caught my eye around, yellow dial with black hands spinning lazily. But the date below it was what stopped me cold. 1983, that couldn't be right. I glanced again, rubbing my eyes. The numbers hadn't changed. Inside the station, the same clock showed a different year, 1991. I blinked, stepping back into the dim light. I must have misread it. Maybe someone had left an old calendar up, I thought. But then I noticed the newspaper clippings pinned to the bulletin board behind the counter. They looked ancient, yellowed and brittle at the edges. The headlines screamed of disasters I'd never heard of: massive floods, strange power outages, economic collapses. The dates on those papers were all from decades ago. 1983, then 1991, and other years I only recognized from history books. I felt a chill despite the warm air. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the pump handle. The old man watched, his eyes unreadable. "You notice the clocks?" he asked, voice low. I hesitated. "Yeah. They don't match." He shrugged. "They've been like that as long as I've worked here. Time's funny around these parts." I wanted to laugh, but something in his tone stopped me. Not a joke. Not a story. Just a simple statement. I shook my head, pulling the pump nozzle toward my car. The smell of gasoline was sharp and acrid, biting at my nostrils. As the tank filled, I glanced back toward the station again. The clock on the wall had shifted. Now it read 1998. I blinked. Maybe it was the flickering lights playing tricks on me. But then the old man cleared his throat. "Careful with that fuel. It's not like the stuff you get down the road." I looked up, meeting his gaze. Something in his eyes was warning me. Something I couldn't quite place. "What do you mean?" He shrugged again, but his hands tightened around the orange peel. "It's different. People say it messes with your head. Makes you see things you shouldn't. Or forget things you've already lived." I laughed nervously. Sounds like a bad roadside legend. Maybe. Or maybe it's just the way this place holds onto time. He paused, then nodded toward the clocks again. "Watch the years. They're catching up." I swallowed hard, the hairs on the back of my neck rising. The air felt heavier now, as if the station itself was holding its breath. I finished pumping and stepped back, the tank full. The old man handed me a receipt, the paper crackling under my fingers. Date printed at the top, October 12th, 2001. That was strange, too. Today was the 15th. I folded the receipt slowly, the edges crisp and cold. The old man's eyes followed me as I slid into the driver's seat and started the car. "Drive safe," he called out softly, almost as if he was saying goodbye. I pulled away, the tires crunching on gravel. The clocks inside the station ticked behind me, each one frozen in a different year, each one whispering warnings I couldn't yet understand. The road stretched ahead, empty except for shadows and the fading light. I didn't know it then, but the fuel I just bought wasn't the only thing that was draining. Not by a long shot. The engine's hum felt heavier with every mile, as if the car itself was burdened by unseen weight. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in like an ominous tide ready to swallow the horizon. Somewhere deep inside me, a quiet unease settled, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. Whatever lay ahead wasn't just a destination, it was a reckoning. The next morning, the sky was a pale gray wash, the kind that presses down on your shoulders and makes everything feel just a little heavier. I knew I couldn't just ignore it. Something was wrong. Not supernatural, no. Too real for that. But real enough to make me question what I could trust. The fuel I bought, the way it felt like it was pulling something out of me, not just my car's tank, kept twisting in my gut. I needed answers. Or at least more pieces of the puzzle. I pulled on jeans and an old sweatshirt, the fabric rough against my skin, and headed out before the house was fully awake. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something metallic, like a copper penny left out in the rain. I drove straight back to the gas station, this time with a notebook and my phone, ready to record everything. I figured if those clocks were telling me something, maybe I needed to start keeping track. The gravel crunched under my tires before I even saw the station. It looked smaller in daylight, more worn, like it was slipping quietly into oblivion. The peeling paint on the walls revealed layers of faded colors, once bright, now muted by years of sun and neglect. The windows were smudged with grime, the kind that makes you squint and wonder what's really inside. I stepped out of the car, the cold air biting my cheeks. The old man was behind the counter again, his eyes sharper than they'd been the night before. He nodded without a word, almost like he was expecting me. "Morning," I said, my voice rough from sleep. "Mind if I take a closer look around?" He hesitated, then shrugged. "Suit yourself," he said, voice low but steady. I walked inside, the door creaking on its hinges. The smell hit me, first oil, stale coffee, and something faintly acrid, like burnt rubber. My eyes darted to the wall where the clocks hung, each one ticking at its own slow, uneven pace. A 1973, a 1986, a 1998. I pulled out my phone and snapped a quick picture. Then I moved to the newspaper rack. The headlines were yellowed and brittle, the ink smudged in places but still legible. Flood devastates Midwest, thousands displaced, dated 1986. Stock market crash sends shockwaves from 1929. Massive oil spill threatens coastlines from 2010. None of them felt like history, they felt like warnings. Like someone was trying to make sure I saw them. "Why do you keep these?" I asked the old man. "Are you collecting them?" He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "They remind me. Keep me grounded." His eyes flicked to the clocks. "Time's tricky around here." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He shrugged again. "You ever get the feeling time's not just a line? More like a knot. You pull one string, the whole thing tightens." He tapped the side of his head. "Memory. Perception. All tangled." I nodded slowly, though I wasn't sure I followed. "Have you noticed the clocks? They don't match. And the newspapers, they're all dated before today, but they talk about disasters I haven't heard about." The old man's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened around a chipped ceramic mug. People come through here, see what they want to see. Some find answers. Others, questions that don't quit. I glanced around the station again. There was a filing cabinet in the corner, rusty and leaning, with a do not touch sign taped crookedly on the front. My curiosity got the better of me, and I moved toward it. Better not, the old man said quickly, his voice sharper now. I stopped, hands hovering just inches from the drawer. Why? What's inside? He took a breath, eyes darting to the door as if expecting someone. Records. Something best left buried. Not everyone's meant to know. That didn't sit right with me. I'm not here for trouble. I just want to understand what's going on. He sighed, leaning back against the counter. You're already in it, whether you like it or not. I felt a chill, even though the room was stuffy and warm. The weight of his words settled around me like thick fog. I pulled out the receipt from last night, smoothing it against the counter. Look at this. October 12th, 2001. Why would you sell fuel dated from a past that doesn't match today? The old man's eyes flicked down. It's not the fuel that matters. It's what comes with it. Comes with it? I echoed. He nodded. People don't just buy gas here. They buy time. Or at least, a version of it. Sometimes that version leaks into their lives, changes things. I swallowed hard, tasting something bitter at the back of my throat. You mean, it affects people? More than you know, he said quietly. Some walk away feeling lighter. Others, well, they disappear. The word hung in the air between us, thick and suffocating. I wanted to ask more, but the sound of a truck rolling onto the gravel outside made me jump. The old man glanced toward the door, eyes sharp. Not many come through this road, he muttered. Especially this early. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt. The gas station, this place, wasn't just a stop on the map. It was a trap. Or maybe a crossroads. The truck's engine rumbled louder, then slowed to a stop. A man stepped out, tall and lean, wearing a faded jacket that smelled of sweat and tobacco. His eyes locked on me with something close to suspicion. Hey, I said, forcing a smile. Just checking out the place. He didn't smile back. You shouldn't be poking around. I caught the old man's glance. He was tense now, like this visitor had unsettled some fragile balance. Look, I don't want trouble, I said, but my voice didn't sound as calm as I hoped. I just want to understand. The stranger took a step closer. Some things are better left alone. Especially here. A sudden gust rattled the windows, making the old clocks jangle like a discordant chorus. I shivered, not just from the cold. Who are you? I asked, narrowing my eyes. The man's lips tightened. Someone who's seen what happens when you chase ghosts in the dark. The old man finally spoke, his voice low and steady. You should go. Now. I hesitated, torn between curiosity and the rising sense of danger. The man's stare was sharp enough to cut through steel, and the old man's warning settled like a stone in my gut. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. Maybe I will, I said, stepping toward the door. But I'm coming back. I have to. The stranger didn't move, but his eyes followed me like a shadow. Outside, the sky had darkened further. The clouds churned, a brewing storm that smelled of rain and something else, something metallic, sharp, and bitter. As I climbed back into my car, the old man's words echoed in my mind. You're already in it. I started the engine, the deeper this time, heavier. The fuel gauge ticked down faster than usual, as if the gas was being sucked dry by something unseen. And maybe, so was I. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The gas station stood silent, a lone island of faded time and whispered warnings. I didn't know what was waiting for me out there. But I knew one thing. The storm wasn't just in the sky. It was inside me now. The storm hit just as I pulled away from the gas station, the windshield wipers thrashing like frantic arms. Rain slammed against the glass, each drop sharp and cold enough to sting my face, and the sky boiled with angry gray clouds. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the old man standing there, watching me leave. But no one was there. Only the flickering neon glow of the station sign, still humming faintly through the sheets of rain. I tried to shake off the feeling that I'd just crossed some invisible threshold. The man's words had sunk deep. You're already in it. What did that even mean? I wasn't sure whether to be terrified or furious. Mostly, I just wanted to drive away, far enough that the gas station and its rotating clocks became nothing but a bad memory. But as the rain blurred the road ahead, my mind kept circling back to those clocks. The way each one showed a different year. How the headlines on the faded newspapers inside the station weren't just old news, they were warnings. Predictions, maybe. Disasters I hadn't lived through, but that might come. And then the fuel. The strange taste in the air when I filled my tank, metallic, bitter, like swallowing rust. What if it wasn't just my gas tank that was draining? What if something else was being taken? I pulled over a few miles down the highway, the rain easing to a drizzle, and sat in the dark. The car's interior smelled faintly of damp leather and stale coffee. My hands trembled. Not from cold. From the weight of what I was starting to understand. The first time I stopped at that station, it was just a pit stop. Then the clocks. Then the headlines. Now, I realized, I'd stepped into something with no easy way back. The station wasn't just a place. It was a trap. Or maybe a warning system. But one that didn't want to be understood. I dug into my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone. No signal. Nothing but dead air and that persistent, low static that made my ears itch. I tried again. Still nothing. The screen blinked a 3G icon, then died. Not surprising near the old highway, but it felt like a confirmation, like I was cut off from help, from the world. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. If I was stuck here, I needed to know more. I needed to figure out what was really going on. And if the gas was the key, then maybe the answer was inside the station itself. I made my way back through the puddles, the cold seeping through my shoes as I approached the flickering neon. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and the smell hit me again, oil, dust, something metallic, sharp. The clocks on the wall still ticked, but none of them showed this year. One read 1986, another 1953, and a third, barely visible under layers of grime, said 2028. I walked slowly toward the counter. Empty. But the old man? Gone. No sign he'd been there. Then I noticed a small notebook lying on the floor near the register. Its cover was cracked and stained, the pages yellowed. I picked it up, the weight of it heavier than I expected, and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was neat but hurried. Dates, times, observations, names. And then, something that made my blood run cold. Fuel is not just fuel. It's the medium. The conduit. Every time I fill up, a part of me disappears. I don't know where it goes. I don't know if I want to. I stared at the words. What was the old man trying to say? That the gas station wasn't just selling fuel for cars. That it was siphoning something else, something from the people who stopped there? I flipped through more pages. There were journal entries, sketches of the clocks, notes on the headlines, scribbled questions and answers. One entry caught my eye, dated just 2 weeks ago. I tried to leave. The car stalled. No matter what I do, the engine won't turn over unless I come back here. Like the station has a hold on me. I'm trapped in time's loop, and the more I resist, the tighter the grip. A shiver went through me. The thought of being stuck here, unable to escape, was suffocating. I heard a soft creak behind me. I spun around. The stranger was back. His eyes were sharper than before, the lines on his face deeper, as if the years had caught up with him overnight. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. "This place, it's not what you think. It's worse." "Then what is it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "It's a trap. Not just for gas or money. For time, for memory, for people." I swallowed hard. Why me? Why am I caught up in this? His gaze softened for a moment, almost pitying. "Because you saw the clocks. You read the headlines. You wanted answers. That's the point of no return. Once you know, the station won't let you go." I glanced toward the door, suddenly desperate. Can I leave? Can I get out? He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You can try, but the car won't start. The road behind you, it disappears if you look back. The station feeds on that, on the fear that traps you in place." A cold rush swept over me. The idea of being stranded here, tethered to this place, was unbearable. I slammed the notebook shut and backed away. "Is there any way out?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged. "Maybe, but not alone. You'll need to trust someone. Or something." Before I could ask what he meant, the lights flickered violently, and the old clocks began to clang again. The discordant chorus filled the room, a harsh, grinding sound that made my teeth ache. My breath caught. The headlines on the newspapers shimmered under the flickering light, the years shifting again, closer, closer to the present. I realized then that the threat wasn't just the station itself. It was what the station was doing to time, to reality. It was rewriting the future, pulling it into this decaying shell of a place. And I was trapped inside. The stranger moved toward the door, hesitated, then looked back. "You don't have much time. Whatever you decide, it's already happening. The station's fuel isn't just draining your tank. It's draining your life. Your history. If you run out, you disappear." The rain intensified outside, hammering the windows like a warning. I swallowed, heart pounding too fast for comfort. "Then what do I do?" I asked. He smiled, but it wasn't a comfort. It was a challenge. "Stay. Learn. Fight the clock." And with that, he was gone again, vanishing into the shadows like a ghost I wasn't sure I wanted to chase. I sank to the floor, notebook in hand, the weight of the future pressing down on me harder than the storm outside. The clocks kept ticking, each one pulling me deeper into a place where time had no mercy. I was no longer just a customer. I was part of the station's game. And there was no turning back. The lights snapped on and off again, the buzzing flicker making the shadows shudder across peeling wallpaper. The clocks, all different sizes and shapes, convulsed in their own fractured rhythm, their hands twitching backward and forward like nervous ticks. The room smelled stale, a thick mix of gasoline fumes and damp plaster, the kind that sticks in your nostrils after a long, humid night. I wanted to breathe deep, but the air felt heavy, like it was pressing against my lungs, begging me not to. The stranger's words echoed in my mind, if you run out, you disappear. I stared at the pump handle in my hand, the metal cold and slick, almost alien. It wasn't just fuel. It was something worse. Something that bled time itself. Outside, the rain hammered against the windows, drumming a relentless tattoo that matched the pounding in my head. I glanced at the faded newspapers pinned beneath the glass counter. The headline shifted again, Catastrophic Floods Ravage Midwest, 2027, a date I hadn't lived through yet and hoped never to. My fingers trembled as I touched the brittle paper, the ink smudged like a bad memory. Why am I still here? I whispered, voice cracking. Why won't it let me go? The stranger looked at me, eyes dull but steady. Because you keep coming back. Because you're tied to this place. It's not just fuel, this station feeds on people who can't leave, on moments caught between seconds. It traps you. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal thick on my tongue. But why me? What do you want from me? He shrugged again, the motion almost a shrug of defeat. Maybe it's not about want. Maybe it's about survival. The station needs to keep running, and it needs you to keep fueling it. A sudden noise made us both snap our heads toward the door. A sharp, scraping sound like nails on the concrete floor echoed from the darkened back room. My heart slammed against my ribs. The stranger's hand twitched at his side. It's just the building settling, he said quickly, but the edge in his voice didn't reach his eyes. Or maybe it's not. I took a step closer to the door, the heat of the pump handle seeping through my gloves. The rain outside slowed to a trip, the silence thickening around us like a shroud. I couldn't tell if the sound was real or just my own imagination turning traitor. Have you ever tried to leave? I asked, voice barely above a breath. What happens if you don't fuel up? He looked away, jaw clenched. No one leaves. Not really. People try, but the station pulls them back. It's like being underwater, drowning, but never quite going under. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. The clocks clanged again, the noise a clash of metal and chaos that rattled my teeth. The hands on the largest clock spun wildly, then stopped at 11:59, frozen in that damned minute. I don't want to disappear, I said. Not like that. The stranger hesitated, then reached into his coat pocket. He pulled out a small, worn notebook and handed it to me. This might help. It's all I've got, notes, dates, things I've seen. Maybe it'll make sense to you. I flipped it open, the pages yellowed and cramped with scribbles, numbers, and cryptic phrases. Fuel levels correlate with time distortion. Clocks reset after midnight. Disappearances increase during power outages. A map was scrawled in the back, lines drawn between the station and nearby towns, each marked with dates and warning signs. Why are you giving this to me? I asked, eyes scanning the chaotic writing. Because you're the only one who's still trying to understand. The others, they gave up. Or vanished. His voice was low, haunted. I closed the notebook, a sudden weight pressing down on me. The station was no longer just a creepy relic, it was a trap, a parasite that fed off time and life itself. And I was caught in its jaws. Suddenly, the lights died. Total darkness swallowed the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The only sound was the rain, now a soft whisper against the glass. My breath hitched. The stranger's hand found mine in the dark, firm and grounding. Stay close, he said. It's worse when you're alone. We moved toward the exit, but the door wouldn't budge. I pushed and pulled, nails scraping against the worn wood, but it held fast, as if glued shut. Panic bubbled up. My pulse thundered in my ears. "Try the side door," he whispered. We stumbled through the shadows, hands outstretched, the stranger leading. The floor was sticky beneath my boots, some mix of spilled fuel and grime. A faint metallic taste coated my tongue. When we reached the side door, I yanked it open, the hinges groaning like a living thing. Outside, the rain had stopped. The night air was thick and still, the only sound a distant dog barking. Relief washed over me, fleeting and fragile. But then I saw it, a figure standing just beyond the dim glow of the station sign. A silhouette too dark to make out, unmoving, watching. "Who's that?" I asked, voice tight. The stranger didn't answer. Instead, he slipped back inside, leaving me alone with the figure. I blinked, and the shadow was gone. Cold sweat slicked my skin. The notebook felt heavy in my pocket. The clocks inside hadn't stopped clanging. I had no idea what was real anymore. Only that the station was still hungry, and now, so was something else. The sun had dipped low behind the hills when I pulled up for the last time. The gas station's neon sign buzzed faintly in the growing dusk, a tired hum that felt more like a warning than a welcome. I didn't want to come back here again, God knows I didn't, but something had yanked me in like a magnet. Maybe it was the draw of answers, or the stubborn hope that this time, I'd find a way out of the loop I'd been circling for weeks. The air smelled of dry dust and something else, like burnt rubber left too long in the sun, acrid and clinging to the back of my throat. Wind rattled the thin metal roof overhead, and I noticed the flicker of the old fluorescent bulbs inside the building. They buzzed unevenly, casting long shadows across cracked linoleum and peeling paint. The place smelled stale, the kind of stale that seeps into your skin and won't let go. I stepped inside, the bell over the door jangling sharp and hollow. The clocks were all there, just as always, but this time the dates had finally caught up to the present day. 2024, the faded headlines on the bulletin board, disasters, warnings, strange accidents, no longer seemed like distant echoes from some twisted past or future. They were now warnings for today, for me. This was no trick of time. No strange supernatural loop. It was too real. Too concrete. And suddenly, the weight of what I'd been ignoring pressed hard against my ribs. The station attendant was there, the same one I'd seen before. An older man with a face carved by years of sun and wind. His eyes were tired but sharp, like he'd been waiting for me. "You back," he said, voice gravelly, but not unkind. "Figured you'd come around." I nodded, gripping the pump handle so tightly my knuckles whitened. "Why? Why do the clocks change? Why the headlines? What's this place?" He shrugged, a slow, deliberate motion. "It's not the clocks that change. It's the fuel. Or what they've been putting in it. This station's been around a long time, longer than most towns remember. But lately, it's been messing with more than just engines. People change when they fill up here." I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and metal thick in my mouth. People change? How? Memory. Perception. Time all twisted up. Like you're standing in a hall of mirrors, but the mirrors are lying. He paused. Some folks get lost in it. Others. They don't come back the same. The truth settled over me like a cold weight. I thought back to the headlines, the floods, the fires, the disappearances. They weren't just warnings. They were records of people who'd come to this place, thinking they were just filling up their tanks. But something in the fuel, chemicals, additives, who knows what, was messing with their minds. Slowly, subtly, until the world they knew wasn't the one they were living in anymore. "You've been here a while," he said, voice softer now. "Seen a lot. But you can still choose. Walk away and forget. Or stay and face it." I looked down at the pump, the nozzle cold and unyielding in my hands. The idea of walking away was tempting, but I knew better. I couldn't just forget. Not after everything I'd seen, everything I'd felt creeping under my skin like a slow poison. "Tell me what to do," I said, voice barely above a whisper. He gestured toward the back room, where dusty shelves held jars of old receipts and faded maps. "There's a pattern. Dates, times, people. The fuel comes from a batch they started mixing years ago, something to keep the station running, but it's been contaminating more than just cars. If you can find the source, you can stop it." The room smelled of mold and old paper. I sifted through the documents, piecing together the timeline. The contamination started small, barely noticeable, then grew, infecting the town like a slow disease. The people who filled up here began to lose track of time, their memories fracturing. Some slipped into confusion, others disappeared altogether. And the clocks. They weren't showing different years to mess with me, no. They were markers, signs of where the contamination had reached. I realized then the fuel was draining more than gas. It was draining reality itself. Hours passed. The night deepened outside, and the temperature dropped. My hands trembled as I folded the papers, the weight of what I'd uncovered pressing down hard. I had to act. But how? The man watched me quietly. "You want to stop it, you gotta take the pump offline. No more fuel from here." I nodded, thinking of the drivers I'd seen stumbling on the road, their eyes glazed, lost in some internal fog. The thought of them trapped in that haze made my throat tighten. But it wasn't just about them. It was me, too. I'd felt it, the slow bleed of my own mind, the way moments slipped through my fingers like smoke. I stepped outside, the night air sharp and clear against my face. The gas pumps stood silent, their digital displays flickering uneasily. I reached for the main valve, the metal cold and rough under my palms. Turning it off felt like cutting a lifeline, but it was the only way. The attendant nodded once, approving. "Good. Now the real work starts." I asked, "What work?" "Cleaning up. Telling people. Giving help before the town falls apart." I swallowed the lump in my throat. I could do that. I had to. Driving away, the station shrinking in my rearview mirror, the world felt quieter. The fog inside my head was lifting, just a little. The clocks wouldn't lie anymore, not if I kept moving forward. I didn't look back. Because some places don't just live in time, they trap it. And sometimes, you have to break free, even if it means losing a part of yourself to find your way home. The road stretched ahead, empty and waiting. I breathed in the night air, tasted the cool promise of dawn. And for the first time in weeks, I felt something like hope.